No, I tried to nab it, but they let me put the order in, and then 2 weeks later they sent an email saying, "Hey, this is totally sold out."
This is sold out as fuck, sir. You are not Kenough for that.
You are
not
you
Kenough.
forget to inform
You
me
did
that
not
you are
have
not
Kenough
enough.
We're
I
streaming.
We're streaming. We're live. Hello, welcome to Wildfolk.
Hello.
You didn't tell us exactly when we're streaming, and
I
betrayed.
gave so many warnings.
Okay,
He
we're
did.
live.
He did
Now,
try
young
to.
man, listen to
Yeah,
your
we're
father.
live right now.
Yeah, we're live right now.
Yeah, we're
Just so
not
you know.
live. They're lying to you.
You can
Yeah,
say
it's
It's okay.
anything
I'm
you
not
can't
want.
hear
Ruko.
you.
It's fine.
And now I'm gonna mute
It's
myself and be polite.
All right, I'm going to update the CSS. Only the active players are visible, which is the thing that I forgot to do.
Yeah, don't look at Kaz. He's not here.
He's not here.
Don't look at Ruko.
Get out of here.
You can look at text.
I
though.
have a comment to make. Fact.
Have
On
a
the
comment?
overworld map, we're in the wrong group.
Oh, you know what?
Notice
You're right.
that?
You're right. You're
And
right.
I,
I'm working on it.
you
Okay.
had many weeks.
I
So
did.
much time.
I've had so many weeks. It's like I was just sitting here not doing anything, and there was no Christmas, and there was no New Year's, and I just
Oh,
sat
blah,
here
blah,
and
blah,
looked
blah.
at the screen the whole time and chose
No
not to do it
excuses.
voluntarily.
I've never seen you and Christmas in
Wow.
the same room, so
That's true. Am I Father Christmas? Am I
You
Scrooge?
are.
You're Daddy Christmas.
No,
Himself.
no.
Heck is daddy, Christmas.
No!
Merry Christmas.
No.
if it makes you feel any better, I'm forever the poor kid in Polar Express. So.
True.
Oh man, I'm
That's so
so
funny
glad
to me.
I disappeared off the screen.
Yeah.
Now I can talk shit.
Nope, you're back. Look, because I got to get the paddle screen too.
Don't not here. Don't look at me.
He's
I'm
gone.
looking.
Wait, somebody here.
Ruko,
Oh, I
where are
didn't get
you?
text. Text. I left him in.
Don't look at me, Terry.
He's just a cat. He can
He
be
wouldn't have
around.
said anything.
He can be
Just a
around.
cat. Just a
Just
cat.
watch everything. They're weird.
Magic. I really should automate this. This should be a thing. This would take me like 5 minutes in JavaScript to not have to do this at the start of every session.
It does seem like it would be wise.
Yeah, I should do that.
Yeah, but maybe starting on time, so like.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, we
sorry. I just woke up. I made the mistake of taking a hell nap right
He's
before
lying.
session.
He just woke up like 40 minutes ago. This is a lie. Straight up lie.
Welcome to Wildfolk. When we left off. Oh wait, I gotta fix these groups, or Lou shall yell at me. Hang on.
Oh, I will.
So we tried to do our part already, but
My immersion.
I moved
Ugh.
myself. We all just moved to one giant group.
All right, who's over here? Tech,
this,
I don't even know where we are.
Cass, Foster, Ruko.
this music is so good.
I love, dude.
I love this particular tune so much.
We started so late, so I can't go on this rant for too long. It's wild what you can get through stock music these days. When I first started game dev, stock music was awful, and now it's great. And it's so
yeah,
cheap.
it's wild, folks.
Hey!
Hey.
Every time we
You,
make the joke, it gets funnier.
It does. It sure does.
This is the
Especially if
first
you
time I've-
explain it. Too.
This is the first time this joke's ever been told.
For sure, definitely. We have not made this joke like a dozen times for sure.
No, of course not.
Would we recycle jokes on accident?
No, we would
No,
never
no.
do that.
Upcycle.
Oh, I
Why is
forgot.
Jane down? Jane, why are you down? Oh,
Jane's down.
you may be concerned.
When
You guys ever just?
Hmm?
Sorry, Jane's just so short. So short.
She's so short.
Jane, put
She's
your
so
boobs
tiny.
away.
Wow.
They're
Honestly, I
underground.
think I was
There's-
just shamed.
Yeah. Listen, did you see my
Shamed.
boobs? I don't think so.
Meanwhile, the first thing that Biscuit does every map we go to is change to his nude sprite. Like,
Correct.
I really should just make it the
Yeah,
default,
but
but I don't want to
but he's-
insult you.
But he's Knuff. He's flat as a Kindle.
True.
Whoa, so
Whoa,
does he-
Branch! What are you doing? you got your
He's
arm
got his
back!
arm back.
I
Congratulations.
got my arm back.
Yeah, you only have his arm back if he carries around a giant box.
I'm so
Never
glad that
mind.
yours came with a like. Oh Jesus!
Never mind. Fucking kill it.
I've got like swimming and stealth, and Branch has about to have his arm chopped off. And just had his arm chopped off.
I have one without mirror.
It's wild how disparate it is what some of you guys have for tokens versus what some of you have for tokens. Like, some of you just have, like 5 normal poses, and some of you have 30 poses of, like, just the craziest shit. And I can't say anything.
I have secret poses.
Yeah,
That's
some of
because
you
you
have
love some of
secret
us more than
poses.
others, obviously.
Yeah, it is because I love some of you more than others. That is the only explanation.
No, you can
Thank
break
God.
it.
Who has the most? I have 14 poses.
It probably Okay, I have to be very careful that I'm not about to... Oh, I think it's actually Sketch. And I think I can say this without spoilers. It's just because Sketch has a lot of costumes.
Yeah, I have 15.
Damn it! Damn it! I need one more. Costume change.
Costume change.
Can I get a new mask? I mean, a new face?
Maybe you can...
Could each
buy
of the
some
3 kobolds
costumes.
that are Baby Boy get their own fursuit?
Those are already counted in the initial 15.
Oh, okay.
Can I have one with puppets?
Maybe. When we left off,
5.
you guys had begun your journey down south towards Zulakara, in search of Zephyrhawk Town, which you're going to return to landfall so that you can use their murmury, which will allow you to contact people at a long distance. Several people have an interest in contacting people at long distances because they have people they need to find and people they need to contact. So the group of the 5 of you, Branch, Baby Boy, Fetch and Sketch, and Jane, have set off, all on your own, down south. You joined a caravan that was traveling the same direction. They're heading to the desert, so they'll be able to join you for the first half of the journey. And some of them ended up being other cheeky spirit weavers, or at least spirit weavers in training. It's pretty clear that they're all very fledgling. But you had an encounter as you traveled across a bridge against some wargs. And during that encounter, you saved an old man and his son and his 2 mercenaries from being devoured by monsters. You got to know them very briefly after the encounter, but you made your way to camp because monsters were roaring and it was dangerous to stand still for a long time. You finally, after a long day of travel and fighting, and traveling through the jungle, made your way to a clearing where you have set up a camp and settled in for the night. There's a little bit of time if you would like to chat or do anything before you fall asleep. Everybody's kind of just starting up dinner and relaxing. What you got?
I wanted to ask Branch an important question.
Do it.
Oh, Branch.
What's up?
What was Edith like in person?
Huh? Like,
Edith?
okay. Here's the thing about most fledgling religions. I don't know about where you come from, but the gods, they're a bit too high and mighty to talk to anyone else, you know?
So then why'd you join the cult?
I didn't join the cult. They forced me to. Also, it wasn't a fucking cult. It's just organized religion, you know? The god's real. I feel like cults usually denote like a fake god, right? I think he's real at least.
Cult is
He's
a
never
system
talked
of
to me.
religious veneration or devotion directed toward a particular figure or object.
Well, yeah, but like with enough faith or whatever, doesn't the like thing like ascend and become better than everyone else or whatever?
Jane
I
has a
didn't think
stroke.
so. So you joined the cult and never met Edith.
No, I never met Edith.
How long were you in the cult?
7 years, 7 months, and 7 days exactly.
Why 777?
What are you, a cop?
Yeah, that's my job. Okay, what about your cult? How's your cult doing?
Oh,
Are you in a cult?
No, I'm not in a cult.
All right. Well, 777. Just the. Maybe we shouldn't get into this now.
So you never met Edith?
Nah, I don't
What
think
did you
he's
do
met
with
anyone.
Edith?
I knew someone who did speak to him. He said he used to get visions. Well, that's about it. I took his word for it mainly, but he could have just been making it up. No real way to prove any of that, right? I mean, I don't think you'll ever meet anyone who could prove that God talked to them.
So what's the point of joining a religious cult if you don't get to meet the person in charge?
When I was growing up, I kind of didn't question it. My family was pretty into Edis and all of whatever he had to say. And I went with them to church and shit. They took comfort in that shit, but like I was in the back playing with coloring books. I never actually listened to that shit. And then, well, as I got older, it kind of didn't gel with me as much. And I like this whole, like, eye for an eye shit they had going on. Then I kind of decided I didn't like it. And I thought as soon as I could get enough money, I could move out of fucking Famador and be away from this religious shit. Then things happened that made me stay. And now I'm working towards leaving again. That's the sum of it. I didn't join of my own volition. And I can't really speak for anyone else. But maybe they found comfort in this shit. And good on them, but it's not my cup of tea.
Oh, you're so mysterious.
I feel like I'm being pretty forthcoming to you right now.
Oh, aye. But you also left some mystery there. Oh, I left, but then I came back for reasons. That's so mysterious.
I left because I didn't like them, and I came back because they hate me, and that's about it.
Baby boy, are you saying that you've met gods like in person?
Gods? I didn't think they were gods. Leaders of cults,
Something-
maybe?
Where do your powers come from, baby boy?
Oh, I was born with them. Oh, except the one on the bridge. That one was something I learned.
The puppet one?
Oh, yeah.
Can I see the one of me real quick?
Oh, I pull out the puppet of you.
Can I check it for anything weird?
Sure, give me a perception check.
All right.
If you have crafting, you could also do that.
Anatomically correct.
Did you get that fucking character shit? Okay. Just perception.
For crafting, if it's better, but I don't think you have crafting. Oh boy. So I'm gonna.
You have a hero
Loosh.
point.
You do have a hero point that you can spend if you feel like it. Everybody has one. Loosh, if you would like to, you can tell him anything you want about this, and his character will, within reason, believe that to be true as he inspects this puppet.
You watched the person who made this puppet make this puppet in. Guys, I'm gonna try.
I believe in you. You can do this. It starts with a D.
I know it's like it's the second word that gets me. It's also the first word, but it's. I know it starts with a DM. It's like Deus
I'm just-
Forte or something.
I'm just really impressed you remembered it was 2 words.
Yeah.
I know that it's City of the Dead in Spanish, but here's the thing: I don't do romance languages.
It's
I just
truly
don't.
not, just for the record.
Okay,
he's not far off. It is
Muerte
basically a
is
slant
dead.
for De La Muerto, and it's De La Muerto.
Delaware.
That's what I
Okay.
said.
Yeah, you're close. You got the idea.
Listen, here's the thing, guys. I'm never gonna get it right.
I'm proud of you for trying, and I'm proud of you for remembering what it was based on. That's like half
Yeah,
credit.
You remember watching some skeletons like make these for Baby Boy? Like he didn't make these. He had some guy make these puppets out of presumably mundane material. What? But it looks really good. Looks just like you.
Like exactly like me. Like if this were a human puppet, it'd have a startlingly realistic face.
No, it's still a puppet. So like, you know that episode, you know the movie where in like the Fairlight Parents where they like turned into felt puppets when they went to the TV. It's like that, where it's just like it's just you as a felt puppet.
All right. Pretty good resemblance there. And I'm assuming it doesn't have a crotch, so I can't check for the PA. But I'm just gonna put it on my hand and like, is it like a puppet I can guide with my hand and stuff?
Yeah, I assume that it is like a hand puppet style puppet.
Yeah, it has like you can like put your thumb and pinky into like the hands, and then you can like move the
hand.
mouth. Yeah.
Okay. Well then. Okay. Well, you want to know what it was like to work for Edis, BB?
Oh, sure.
Let me tell you the quick tale of bell ringing Samson. All right. So, on the corner of Abbey and Market Street, there was this one fucker who kind of just he was this like halfling guy with a beard that reached his crotch. Only wore like tattered short shorts, and thank God the fucking beard reached his crotch because I don't know what you'd see. And he did this thing where he just stood there, rang a bell, and screamed shit like "No tongue children for 20 years" at like random passerbys, right? Honestly, it's kind of funny. Lots of people loved hearing his fucking ramblings on and off, to the point where they were like giving him copper and shit to just survive. Just another crazy homeless person, but you know, this one was a little unique. Well, one day some narc complains that bell ringing Samson's a bit too loud today, or said something bad about one of their shit kids. And they send an Edusite there to take care of it, right? As I'm pulling him out, there's not much of a struggle. Just some people giving me the weird stink eye because, well, I'm escorting probably the best entertainment they've been seeing on the streets all day. And then when we're out of earshot, the guy turns to me and says, "Damn it, I liked that corner. But you're gonna give me like free food for like a few weeks in jail, so guess it ain't too bad. Although if I were you, I wouldn't go back for a while." And that's when it kind of hit me. There's no fucking glory to being the guy who arrested bell-ringing Samson, but there is stigma to it. No one really likes having the Justicars around. They'll call on them when they need them, but they'll talk shit about them all the time.
What ended up happening to him?
Who knows? Never saw him again, so maybe he wandered into another town or whatever, but no one really likes the poor in fucking Famador anyway. Not even the other poor. So maybe he ran out of luck and his corpse was found bloated in a river somewhere.
Sidro, give me a perception check.
Okay.
Edith is behind
He's right
you.
over there.
Cool. Carry on.
Fucking yeah. There ain't no glory in being a peacekeeper. To be frank, when I was younger, I never really liked them either, so I could completely understand. Just being one for 7 odd years, kind of drains the life out of you when you know all that.
That makes sense. I mean, you're talking shit all the time about everyone.
Every time.
Very
Every
true.
single time. Fucking King of the Hill Dale over here.
Am I... I've said nice things to you before, BB.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, I
I'm
just did. I think you're funny.
Pretty sure I've said at least one nice thing about everyone who I know before here. I've not met you folks with the little animal entourage you've got, but they're pretty cool, I guess.
No offense.
None taken.
Ufoma kind of looks over to you, Branch. If the peacekeepers are not wanted, they're not respected, and you don't think that what they do is even necessary, then why are they around?
Because someone else thinks they're needed. Probably with a lot more money than me. More power, and we'll give them more fucking or line their pockets and tell them good job after they escort some other bell ringing Samsons off their property, you know?
I see. We have peacekeepers in Sir Chun. They're respected. I'm trying to figure out what is different. I was.
Do they line their pockets?
They
You give them money after a good job?
They get paid. They're fed. They're housed. They do as well as anyone else.
I don't know. Maybe people in family are just kind of born broken.
Maybe. I was only there for a short time. We came from overseas and we got out by the next day. It was wild to see so many hungry people in a city with towers so tall.
Yeah. That's just the truth of the world. You're never going to find a place without hungry people, are you? Can't imagine where you're from has none.
Oh, certainly. We have hungry people, but when we're hungry, we're all hungry. We move the city very literally until we're not hungry.
Oh, there's your... Sorry. Well, there's your solution. Not everyone has the luxury of being able to move their city where there are fruits growing plentifully.
True, perhaps. Are the seas not full of fish?
Maybe when there aren't ports, when there isn't a ship in every port taking up the nice spots, I guess. I can assure you the cereal stations in Family War right now are being fed really well.
I've heard a lot of things about them. I don't know what I was expecting to see in person. I suppose I was expecting sharp teeth and sharper eyes. They looked pleasant. They looked beautiful.
That's how they get you, though. All right? Let's perform a little thought experiment. Or, actually, let me ask you. Did you ever visit Lower Family while you were there? Or was it just the upper, bougier parts, lined with gold-tinted churches and colors of all the rainbow?
She kind of takes a second to check with the others. We were only in the lower part with the docks.
Oh. So what did you see?
It was dirty. It was unhappy. The people were unhappy.
Yep. And when you looked them in the eye, what did you feel?
I, in truth, tried not to. I think it was danger more than anything else.
That's your answer right there.
Well, if they're so ready to be dangerous, why not point that to the people who make them upset?
They're not dangerous. They're hungry and starving and angry, but they're not going to do anything about it because they're weak, and the people up there have fucking... well, this. And he pulls out the air repeater. Most people in Lower Family most people in Lower Family can't afford a piece like this. You'll find them occasionally, but they'll be confiscated as soon as they're arrested. I got lucky enough to keep one myself, so no one really well, from a friend, of course, but no one really... if you have one in Lower Family, no one's really gonna fuck with you.
Doko kind of eyes it, and for a moment he kind of not steps back, but you can see that he is almost a little startled by it. But he does kind of very timidly reach a hand out. Can I?
Branch is gonna hold the gun in his mouth and unload it first.
That's not what I thought you would.
Yeah,
that
was a roller coaster.
Well, how else am I gonna do it? Okay, I was gonna hold the gun in his mouth and unload it, and then
you still have the puppet? Are you doing it with the puppet in your hand still? Puppet?
Oh yeah,
boy. All right.
Hard mode.
You do eventually hand it over once it's unloaded.
Once it's unloaded, be my guest.
I understand if you don't want me to do this, but can I have one shot and the fire powder stuff?
Why the hell not? At least one of you are willing to try it, and then I fetch and sketch. And yeah, I'll hand him over one shot in the powder.
He takes it, and with probably more like reverence and fear than most of the people that you've seen handle a firearm, extremely cognizant of like where it's pointed, where his fingers are, goes through the visibly not practiced motions of pouring in powder, pouring in the shot, grabbing the ramrod, stuffing it in. He stands up and he looks around and he kind of eyes a rock. Actually, he's not stupid. He eyes a tree over here, points and fires. And hits the tree. And the bark kind of clatters off. And visibly shaking, he walks back and hands you the gun as quickly as he can.
Bullseye, buddy. That's a good first shot right there.
Every Azantic raider, 2/3 of the Drusky armies have these things. The children have these things. Everything that I've heard tells me that the whole point of these things is that they are an equalizer.
Mm-hmm.
And yet you're telling me that in Famador they're not.
Well, again, the problem is they're pretty expensive. So, who's
Are
gonna
they?
be able? Are they?
You would know that they're a little expensive, but yeah, I would have to go look up prices. They're a little pricey, but they're about as affordable as a great axe or a really nice halberd. They're about on par with that.
Average citizen ain't gonna walk around with one of these, but a guard or someone trained in combat is.
Well,
But then again, it's no different than other weapons. People like using them because they find them fun. You know, people like fights.
so Zikamo across the camp from you, kind of folds his arms in front of him, puffs his chest out a little bit. You're a guard. You have one.
I'm not a guard anymore.
You were.
Was.
So why not then? Why not do what the people can't?
Because I'm sick of Famador, honestly. I'm sick of that entire place. Kind of don't want to go back. There's nothing left for me.
How convenient that you had the choice to leave.
After 7 years. Another 20 on top, 24 on top of that, if you're counting the rest of my fucking life.
Zaira kind of is doing the Jesse Pinkman drinking water thing throughout all of this. And she finally kind of clears her throat and says, I think the food is ready. Is everyone hungry?
Jane will close her book, which she had open on her lap. It was not really, she was kind of enraptured by this conversation, though not really taking part in it for the moment. Carefully remembering that her gun is stowed away in her bag out of sight.
Right.
I think I'll just take a quick walk first.
Can I shoot your gun?
Yeah, I holster the gun and give Baby Boy the me puppet back. Get up and take a stroll. And light a cigarette too, so I can get that one bonus thing.
I want to play with guns.
Want to come with, Baby Boy?
Oh, hi. Sorry, I hit puberty. Sorry, I said ice cream, so I have like
Baby
saliva
man.
in it. Baby man. Oh, boy.
Baby boy is evolving.
And now he's baby teenager.
He doesn't turn from baby boy into teenager boy. He turns from baby boy into baby man.
And then I'll turn into baby senior.
Christ.
Then Baby Keem. Anyway,
Alright. You guys are able
Well,
to kind of find some
I
quiet.
gotta stand up. I gotta find normal. My little T-Rex hands.
yeah, we'll find a quiet place to take a walk or something. Yeah. I don't know if anyone else is doing anything.
As you're walking off, I imagine that Zikama probably looks over to Fetch and Sketch and over to Jane as well. Sorry, I I hope I didn't actually upset him. I don't understand.
And cheeky, Jane will just say, it's hard in the cities to be someone that doesn't have anything. It feels hopeless. It's hard to even imagine the possibility of standing up to the people that have done you wrong.
They have that much power.
The rich go richer and the poor grow poorer.
Nobody grows richer than death.
Get rich enough to fight it off for quite a while.
His eyes kind of like... I suppose. I guess I've heard stories.
I hope my associate didn't give any offense. He can be brash.
No, it's alright. I can too. And all three of the others like, yeah, you can. Shut up. It'll be fine if he's fine. I really, I don't know. We don't get out much, and I don't know what I was expecting to see. But I figured in any place where you didn't have to move and you could build buildings and have farms that didn't need to be hung, and I just assumed that things would be plentiful for everyone. It was weird to see the truth of it.
Jane nods. She says
Very weird.
It's a nice idea, everybody sharing the fruits of our labor, but the truth is that it's not a whole lot different than nature. The most powerful take what they want, and least powerful get left behind.
The lion leaves behind a carcass for the hyenas who leave meat for the vultures. It is worse than nature. We went across the sea to Avarice, and they had 40 hungry men working a farm filled with wheat. I don't understand. Can they not just eat the wheat that is in front of them? They're picking it, they're harvesting it, they're watering it. None of it makes any sense. I have a lot to learn.
In truth, that the harder you look at it, the less sense it makes, honestly. It's better thought of and looked at from a distance, probably.
I suppose so. I'm eager to be home. And all three of the others kind of nodded that as well.
Thank you for the food.
Oh, of course. I hope you like it. It's my mom's recipe. I'm still figuring it out.
As I'm eating, do our new friends, Mr. Baronoff and son, what have they been up to this whole time?
Get me...
And do they come eat?
They have food that they're kind of eating over there. You can smell that there's kind of just like the like very bland but hearty smell of potatoes and warm bread that is coming from their little fire. You're well traveled enough to recognize that these people are extremely Drewski. Or sorry, not Drewski. Mithram. I forget what the adjective is. Anyway, they're from Mithram, which has a lot of similarities with Drewski. But they tend to have just like hearty meals, potato, bread, carrots, a little bit of black pepper, little salt, and they're sticking to that. But give me a perception check to get like a read on what they're actually up to this whole time.
I will. And also, just as a minor point of order, I, Zeke, don't know shit about agriculture, but Jane's got agricultural lore and is a huge nerd. So when Zikubo makes her comment about like 40 men picking the wheat, she probably goes off on a completely misses the point tangent about why it's actually necessary to have that many farm hands.
right. That makes sense.
All right, anyway, perception check.
Yeah.
Forgot I had that lore.
I thought it was trains.
I got lots of
Lots of
lores. I'm a
lores. It's
nerd.
got int. Jane's got int.
Girl lore.
But that mean I have like 3 lores.
Lore whore.
Lore
One I'd love to drop because it's not great, but it's from my background.
Every now and then they would kind of glance over, especially when the conversation got like tense. You probably noticed that several people kind of were making those nervous kind of glances over, trying to make sure that things were okay. There's a vibe that has been present the entire day, especially since the fight, but even before then, that your group is the competent group, and these are a bunch of villagers who understand that you're protecting them. And so the idea of this group of core competent people kind of like having a spat, even if it's just a friendly spat, is, it's a little shaky to them. They're like, oh no, why are mom and dad fighting? And they're relieved when you guys kind of get back to it and start to divvy out the food. And that kind of goes for Petra as well, although Petra and his son seem to be like a little more disconnected. They kind of, the impression you get is that they think they have things under control kind of on their own. And the attack shook a little bit of the truth into them, but even then they're like, okay, we should set out in the morning whether these people are ready or not.
Cool. And just a minor, I guess, meta question for you, Branch. I know you glanced into their wagon and kind of saw they had something covered up in there with a tarp that they seemed to be protecting. Did you share any of that information with the rest of us, or is that still just in Branch's head?
That's still just in my head.
Okay, cool. Good to know.
All right, Sketch, what's up?
Oh, what kind of food did they make us? Is it cheeky food?
It is, and I'm so glad you asked. Bear with me, I'm going to pronounce a lot of things wrong.
Okay.
But I went on a journey, and there is so much good food that I need to try. This probably would just be the Moabe chicken, honestly, which is kind of just a curry, basically. It's this very, creamy, nutty kind of curry dish made with chicken and rice. Give you the least interesting one first after I hype it up a bunch.
That's good. I'm
made
assuming
with
Sketch
palm
hasn't
nuts.
had this food in quite some time.
Oh, it's
so
probably been a long-ass time since you've had this, yeah.
He probably scarfs his bowl and asks for seconds, which is a little unusual.
Yeah, there's enough to go
Only
around.
seconds.
Maybe thirds. I'm not sure yet. I forgot him just to talk up here. I'm also trying to play with this Emberling's cub, but he doesn't seem interested in me at all.
Oh, yeah.
I should go get some sticks.
Yeah, so he basically is grabbing little sticks from the edge of the fire that are not on fire yet, dragging them out, and just sitting on them like a cat on a box until they smolder, and then he gets bored of them and goes and grabs a new fresh stick.
He would love cardboard. He would love it.
Oh, he would love cardboard so much.
Thank you for this. I haven't had this in a while. It's
Oh,
sure good.
you're very welcome. I brought just enough provisions to have a couple of good meals along the way. I decided that we're close enough to home and there are enough new faces that I could do a proper meal instead of hardtack and fruits and rations. I brought a little bit for Sakasaka. Maybe tomorrow night we can do that.
I, Neo, have no clue what that is, but I'm sure Sketch is very excited.
Hell yeah. Think collard greens with a barbecue chicken.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Blah.
Here, if this is expensive for you, I feel bad not helping out.
Oh, no, it's all right. We are going to be paid very handsomely when we get back. This was a difficult journey and the pay was good. But I appreciate it.
Well, I appreciate this. Thank you. That's it for me, though. Thank you.
I like the meat part.
The meat part's the best part, for sure. But
Does
you
he
have to eat
just
the greens, too,
does
otherwise
he-
you're...
just lick all the sauce off first?
No, I'm not a barbarian. No, you lick the sauce off when it's done. You gotta finish it first.
Otherwise,
I'm not a bar.
you
I'm not a bar.
chicken.
I am a barbarian.
This is the man who ate gravy out of a bowl.
You would too if it was your first time with gravy.
Absolutely.
Do you not, if you eat biscuits and gravy and you get to the bottom and there's no biscuit, do you just let that gravy sit there?
I have a horrifying confession that will shock and appall many of you. I'm not really a fan of gravy in real life.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
It has to be
crazy.
good gravy.
Yeah.
There's a lot of bad gravy.
Yeah.
Absolutely insane.
I've never gotten to the bottom of biscuits and gravy and been like, man, I should spoon this gravy into my mouth.
No, but I've seen you.
Like
I've
food
seen how
takes.
much sauce you have on wings though, and that's just.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's a little gross. I don't
Legendary.
get your wings, so it's fine. We're even. Can't imagine asking for more sauce on wings. It's like going to
Can I-
McDonald's and asking them to put extra ketchup on your burger. Okay, do you want them to put half a bottle on there? Like,
Not ketchup,
God.
no, but mustard? Yeah, I want a 1-to-1 ratio between meat and mustard.
Mustard is delicious.
I like mustard, but I'm just imagining Feck's ideal burger, which is just completely marinated in mustard.
Yeah.
Let's take off one bun and add mustard.
All right. Branch and Baby Boy, you guys have stepped a little bit away from camp if you'd like to have a conversation.
Yeah. I noticed Baby Boy's little excited titters and decided to reload the gun awkwardly as I walk. Can I make a dexterity check for this? Or something?
To reload the gun?
Yeah, reload the gun.
Yeah, you can give me a dexterity check to try to do it with one hand.
Sure.
If you get a crit fail, you shoot me.
Thievery? Oh, reflex is a thing. Is that? Oh.
Oh yeah, I forgot there's no like. Give me thievery. Thievery is probably the closest thing.
Gotcha.
I need to see if
Do
there's a.
equilibrium style.
Yeah, you're able to do it. You're not. You couldn't do it as a single action in combat. Almost certainly not with one hand. But you are able to do it at a reasonable speed when things are chill. You've learned that much about it.
Gotcha. Ugh.
This
Golden
is
Mass Freak taught me how to do this pretty well. Okay.
Cool. Does this pistol have like an open, like, I don't know how to say the word for it. Is the trigger enclosed or is it like open, like a revolver?
They'd have a trigger guard.
Can my finger fit in there?
It's probably yes. Only because this is a world that has a lot of different species, and so many things are designed to be more accessible.
I imagine for Branch it's like a normal handgun. For Baby Boy it's like a tiny little Smith & Wesson.
Yeah.
So like there. Just point it at shoot. Ideally not at me and not at anything that'll reflect the rock off of it. So like maybe not try any rocks. Honestly, I'm kind of curious if you can shoot it with your tentacles. But you do you. And they, toss them the gun.
Hold on, let me see if I can. I think the answer is no, but
You asked earlier why I joined.
I mean, boy howdy, yeah.
You give
He's
this
like
man a
taking
gun
like
for
a-
1 second.
He's like taking a cowboy stance, and he's just like facing a tree, and he's had his fingers wiggling.
Don't be like those Wexus ass motherfuckers.
Hold it It's
the
the only
right
accent
way.
I can do.
Gotcha.
Oh god,
Is everyone out of earshot? We've like wandered away a while that no one can like interrupt us or anything.
Yeah, you guys can be as close or as far as you want. If you get like mega far, I might have you start rolling don't get eaten by monster rolls, but as long as you're not going super far, you're fine.
I
Far
won't
enough
eat
to
him.
be private, but
Yes.
close enough to be safe.
Yeah, and give me a perception check. See if you're being followed.
Can I give you two? One for Mayor, who's always on the lookout, and one
Sure can.
for. Okay. I think he's better than I am. But I guess when you have no arms and legs, that's all you can really do.
Look.
I'm looking for targets to shoot.
Looks clear.
All right.
Nothing living, because that would just be mean.
Yeah, if there's like some cool fruit hanging from a low vine, and they look like they would make a very, very fun sight when you shoot them.
Oh. It's like a small animal's head if you hit it. All right. Come on, I want to see you fire it.
Okay, I have
Could you
no idea what I would
imagine
roll. I hope
You
I-
of any. Go ahead.
No, please.
Could you imagine you of anyone else charging like full sprint at someone with a handgun?
Right? It would be terrifying. What do I even do for this? Do I do an... I don't think I'm proficient in this at all.
You are not proficient in this, so it's just
Oh,
going to
I
be a
need to give
d20
him
plus your
a-
dex.
Gun.
My dex, let's see.
So,
I
2.
get a +2.
Yeah,
so
it's
all of-
d20 plus 2. Admittedly, trying to hit a fruit is not too hard, but it's probably like an 18.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, man, it's exactly what they said. It's so easy a child could do it. It is point
It's so
shoot.
easy a baby boy could do it.
Absolutely. The hardest part of
Baby.
using this weapon is reloading it.
Oh, I'm not doing that. Oh, you were saying?
Nice shot.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, little bits of
guess it
fruit kind of
is.
splatter down to the ground.
I guess it is kind of easy. Feel free to get that and slurp it up if you want. Yeah. Fuck it. You know, I've never actually had to tell this story. People around me either already knew or had someone else explain it to them. Now that I'm trying, it's kind of fucking difficult. Because, to be frank, I don't like this story. Yeah. Even though it's probably not even half finished, Branch just tosses the cigarette in his mouth away and lights another one. Fine. I guess I'm a murderer. That's what everyone would have you believe. Circumstances were a bit worse than just that, and I killed Famador's, well, one of Famador's high priestesses, essentially.
Oh. Well, you use some big words, as if you do not think you did.
I
What's the
didn't.
story?
I didn't do it. I didn't do it, but everyone else believes I did, so it doesn't
Then what
matter
happened?
what I think.
What's the truth?
One day, Mama fell really ill, and there was nothing. No money, barely enough food to keep everyone in our house alive. No jobs either. This is past the point where Landfall left, so you can forgive me if I'm a bit bitter with those fuckers. And I didn't have a dance partner anymore, so no street performances either. Not that anyone was giving anyone any money for that anymore either.
You might be asking a question.
What?
And you can no answer if you don't want to. But the friend, the person from your past on the wanted poster,
No.
were they your dancing
Different
partner?
person.
No?
Dancing partner was the guy that Sketch knew, apparently. And yeah, it's not like I didn't do crime before, but this one was pretty serious. I heard about this one caravan that was delivering some like pretty important shit. And in probably the most impressive feat of my young life, managed to sneak on and steal quite a lot, enough to pay for Mom's medicine. And being a dumb kid and all, I threw all that shit, all the shit I couldn't sell away. And it was either something I sold or something I threw away, but one of those things was medicine for this other woman, this high priestess. And, well, you know what happens when you don't get your medicine, right?
I guess it depends on the sickness.
Yeah. So it was kind of a one life for another situation, right? And honestly, I ain't known I did anything. Till one day the fucking Edgesites came knocking down my door, my parents' door, demanding to see me. Fuck if I know how they managed to find me. But they did. Maybe it was one of those holy visions or whatever that Claude kept talking about. You don't know him, do you? You don't, yeah.
Dead.
And, well, to them I was a murderer, so I was a murderer. They were gonna put me on the chopping block and have my head smashed by a fucking mall. And that would be that. that would be the end of Bradley Chursell. Oh, I'm here now, so you obviously know it didn't go like that. The
Did
guy
you hold it?
fucking
Oh.
what?
I thought you dodged it. You're pretty fast.
Wasn't really in any situation I could dodge. Kind of tied down. I know I'm pretty agile, but there's not a lot I can even do right now if I were in the situation I was in back then. Anyway, the guy missed. He hit my right arm, and it's beyond saving, so I just kind of cut it off. Now I gotta live like a bit more disadvantaged than I was before. I guess that's what you get for trying to make your life better in Famador. You know the worst part of all that?
No.
You do everything you can for the people you care about. And when you're dragged away kicking and screaming, they know you'll be put to death. They don't do shit but watch.
Sounds terrifying.
Oh,
Heart wrenching.
absolutely. I ain't got nothing for me. And for all extensive purposes, Bradley Chursell is dead. You know? I don't like hearing that name anymore. Not because it's a fucking lame-ass name, but just reminds me of that shit too much.
I think I
You have
understand.
people who'll miss you when you go? People who fight for you till the end of time?
Oh, hi. He like looks up to Mare. Mare like looks down at him.
And if you was in the situation I was, he'd be here to help you.
He already does all he can to help me. More than you can possibly know.
Right on. Just nods at Mare and at you too, baby boy. Keep him close by. I know you said you don't like being chained up. You ain't gotta tell me what that's about. But if you want to share it, I'm all ears.
Oh. I fear that my reasoning is not as equal to yours. I just didn't like to be trapped. I like to escape. It's fun.
No, we all. You know,
I
I've been
understand.
feeling a bit better when I found out that I wasn't part of the Aegis anymore. I can finally go.
Finally.
Money's an issue, but you know, that's what we're here in Wildfolk doing, making enough to leave. Honestly, I don't know why you're here, but you like gold, probably, right?
I still don't understand how money works. I have money. Everyone's like, it's so hard, but I already have some, and I had none when I came.
Just
No.
keep as much of it as you can on your person. It'll help out. I'm not sure if you'll need it when you go back to wherever you came from, but
Oh, no.
well, might as well spend it all here when you're done.
Oh,
I
aye.
guess. You can get a lot more puppets than just those with the amount you've been raking in.
Oh, aye. And presents.
Lots of
Presents for friends.
yeah.
Branch.
What?
I hope to stick together even after, or at least until I get to go home. I like having you around.
Let's go eat, baby boy.
Oh, aye. I'm hungry.
Huh?
Time to go munch in my tent.
That's right. Paperwood returns to the campfire and does not
doesn't
eat.
eat. Yep.
Gets back to the campfire, takes 3 plates of food, and then goes to his tent.
Oh, does he? Does he always do this?
He
Jane
doesn't-
just nods.
Okay.
Mysterious. Did I ever give you the gun back?
I'm assuming you handed it back to me at some point.
I assume I'll hand it back to you now. Thankfully, shoot.
Well, no, this is not the campaign where apparently you can consume that.
Boy.
Feeds the gun to Mare. There you go.
All right. Yeah, I'll take the gun back. Any extra ammo I gave you and all that.
I'm not loading a gun. I'm not responsible.
All right.
I'll probably come back after, like, I don't know, 15 minutes of scarfing down my food.
Yeah, you find that things are starting to wind down. A lot of people have headed off to their tents to settle in for the night, but the fire's still going, and they're still kind of just chilling. They're relaxing. Most of them are kind of keeping their gaze up to the stars, just watching.
I'm just, like, looking up at the stars and looking up up in the sky, giving a little wave every so often. And then the mayor on my head just shakes his head.
Eventually, they all kind of look at each other, and without really even going into details, they kind of say, normal watches, and one by one, they all kind of nod. And you see that Zikimo kind of stands up, dusts off the pants, and goes to find a spot where he can keep a watch kind of on the edge of the path leading in. The rest look to you. We're going to go get some shut-eye. We'll see you guys in the morning.
Yeah, good night.
Good night.
Later.
Jane watches sadly as Emberlinks leaves. She's been ever since like putting her book down to eat, it like caught her eye, and she's been just like staring at it the whole time, kind of half smiling at it.
You do see that boy, Kaira tries to just call for it, and of course it doesn't come. So then she grabs a dry branch and shakes the leaves a little, and it starts to chase after a little bit. But then it like gets over towards the tent and starts to nibble on the rope, and she just and waves her hand and just dismisses it.
Why can't text be like that?
On fire or
Easy to get rid of.
oh?
Both are good answers.
Rude.
I'm just joking. I have no problem with text. But if he was on fire, it'd be better. I mean, not like
True.
caught on fire, just made of fire.
Right, of course. A text made of fire would be super cool.
Yeah. I mean, it would be hot.
It would be so hot.
Uh,
You do notice that Farragut stays behind. It just kind of sits by the fire.
His job is probably to put the fire out when it's done. That's
How
the
is
good
this
earth
thing?
elemental.
This thing appears to be a very, very large snail made out of iron.
Can I knock it a little?
Yeah. How do you
Don't
do it?
knock
You
it.
just kick it? You punch it? What are you doing?
I just like lightly kick it, like that video of the quadrupedal robot.
Yeah.
See what happens.
It is heavy as fuck. It like barely moves when you kick it, and also pretty hot. It's been sitting real close to the fire for several hours.
Ah, shit.
Were they
It's like
cooking on him?
They weren't cooking on him, but this thing is just kind of sitting by the fire. And you do see that when you kick it, it kind of turns to look at you, tilts its head, and then one of its long tentacled eyes blinks, and then the other one does, and then it goes back and looks at the fire.
No. You've done it wrong. You see, what you need is a little rock or piece of metal, and if you hit it right in the middle of the spiral, it'll ring like a bell.
Oh, like this?
I don't know if that's true.
And then I pick up
Hi,
a little pebble and do that. Does it reverberate?
It sounds like throwing a rock at a cast iron pan. There's a little bit of a clang, and it rolls off.
Huh. This is oddly entertaining.
It doesn't seem to mind. You do see that what do you throw at it? Just like a rock?
Yeah, just like the nearest small rock.
Okay, yeah. It doesn't seem to mind. It kind of like turns one of its eyes back and looks at you and down at the rock and then back to the fire.
While
You
everyone's
go,
fucking
little
around
man.
with this Farracast, I'm gonna get my book out, do a little incantation here, and cast Pocket Library.
Same.
Just,
Perfect. Get that pre-buff going.
I'll do occultism for tomorrow.
Excellent.
Oh,
Hey,
Jane.
Jack, I know.
been meaning to ask. You read a lot of books, right?
She nods.
How much do you know about botany?
So much. Hold on. I know
So much.
incredible amount about botany.
Jane knows all there is to
Wow.
know about botany.
Assuming agriculture qualifies as botany.
Yeah, for sure. There's There's like a little division going on there, but they overlap pretty well.
Because all there is to know about edible plants.
What she actually says is a fair amount. I was ran an orchard before all this. Did some farming. I like plants.
Jane loves time and likes plants.
More than time.
So complicated.
All right. Well,
I also somehow suspect she loves horses. It's just a vibe I'm getting.
you like horses, Jane?
Of course I love horses. Look at me. I got a 6-shooter pistol and I ran an orchard and I talk like this. Of course I love a horse.
I didn't want to mention the hay and manure smell that follows you around, but
I still got that, huh?
yeah. You know anything about a sunbird's onion? Mainly what it's used for?
Do I know anything about something?
Oh man, I think we are. So this is the thing I've told myself I was going to do this campaign and I didn't do. I could have sworn that some checks were already had, but on the 27th...
He wasn't here for that.
I
She was
not.
Oh, that was a different group.
I Zeke know about it, but Jane has not done this check.
Yeah.
The group was Foster and Narafi. Is that his name?
No.
Because you're good at both agriculture and arcana, you can make either one of those checks and you'll get a +2 to it.
Oh, okay. So here, it was a really good check anyway. I have Phoenix grass. Was that related
Yeah,
to
same
it somehow?
thing. Same thing.
Yes. Then yes.
two different
I did the
strains
check
of the same
last
plant.
time and I know a lot about it.
Then yeah, absolutely, you know a whole lot about it. It's used in a lot of healing magic. It is even used in very condensed form, the very strongest strains of it. Can be used to perform essentially PF2's version of Revivify, whose name I forget,
Right.
but it's like the clutch from the grasp of death, right, as their dying spell. And also good for a lot of fire magic. Good for a fireball.
Yeah, it's got lots of magical uses. Necromancy, healing magic, fire if you're feeling pedestrian.
But
I actually found some at Bill Grimm's old place.
wait, he was growing them? Guess that's what he used to keep himself alive.
Oh, I don't know. I guess you could infer that, I suppose. I just found some scraps of it in his old place.
He knew what he was doing, didn't he?
Oh, why do you ask?
No reason.
No reason,
Whatever.
huh? Just
Who cares? Who cares by this point? You know that church that got set on fire? It's probably that.
well, more power to him as far as I'm concerned.
Wish I just didn't get caught in the crossfire.
Yeah, I
Selfish
suppose it was
bastard.
insensitive of me. I apologize. It's been nothing but trouble for you, I suppose.
Nah, I held up a foam finger the moment I saw that church burning. Just didn't realize I'd be part of it.
Was it a Cacrividius?
Baby boy,
Same.
Was it the Carrick of Edis?
the Carrick of Edis?
Aye, was it the Carrick of Edis?
It was someone working at that church.
This guy just cocked his head, confused you.
It was fine. It was the guy I told you about earlier. He did it, probably. I thought he was gonna, attempt to revive his wife with it, but look how it never took him for a fucking firebomber.
You should get your pad out. I'll teach you a new word.
I'll do
Carrick.
that. Carrick?
Carrick
Carrick.
means place of worship.
Oh. No, okay, the church that burned down was the elf church,
Oh,
The elf church, the one. There's only one.
He's
Oh,
not,
they only had one.
for the record, he's not entirely wrong. Aeva is the patron goddess, the creator god of elves.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Look at me being ignorant.
we're going to be racist against elves,
It
guys.
is-
We
it
just
is-
said that's not cool anymore. It's not cool anymore.
It is like a little bit of an oversimplification, but yeah, elves are god-kept, which means way, way back in the day, they were literally made by a god, and that god didn't get killed in the Age of Chaos. So they've had they've had a sugar daddy for all of history, and that has given them tremendous political and military advantages throughout all of history.
All right, show of hands here. Who isn't a race made by gods?
I can't answer that.
I think we probably are, but I don't remember.
We are.
Yeah, Korik probably made us. That makes sense.
Chichekra.
I don't think it was Korik. Yeah.
Chichek. That one.
Chichekra.
Chichekra.
Is it just me?
Chakra.
Lizard folk were.
I assume humans are.
Humans were Manabembwe, one of the first, and also the reason that all sapient life is typically called mankind is because Manabembwe was the first.
Oh, intriguing. Okay.
So humans were first, and everyone's like, we could do better.
Technically, dragons were first, but then humans did it, and then everybody's like, oh wow, if somebody else is allowed to do it, we're all allowed to do it. And then the Age of Chaos happened.
All right. I guess it's just me then.
I presume Jane knows that lizard folk are monstrous.
Correct.
Do I know this? Okay.
Does the snail raise his hand?
The snail does not.
Does he bump his eye stalks like Gary?
I probably.
Oh, I'm sorry. I lied straight to everyone's faces. Lizards are they're god kept.
Oh. Okay.
Tukazak.
Never mind.
Wow.
So the only person here who is not god kept is the fucking Eldritch Abomination fursuit. They don't even know what it is.
Yep.
I was made special.
You sure were. God used the special clay for you.
Yeah. Play-Doh. Oh.
Jane thinks about asking Baby Boy if he was made by a god or what, and just knows she's not going to get a straight answer, so just doesn't even ask.
What about you, baby boy? Were you made by a god? I'll ask because Jane's a coward.
You know what? I'm gonna roll dice about it. See what
Roll
I say.
dice about it, you won't.
How do you roll something in secret? Whoa!
Not like that.
Is that me?
No.
Change your above the chat box. Change public roll to private or blind if you don't want to see it either.
Okay. High, sure. Low, no, other way around. High, no. Low, yes. High being more than 10. Now
That was binary.
he knew if the dice was in the air, his decision, and it wasn't what he wanted.
I.
Okay. Are you gonna do which one or?
Oh, you're so cheeky.
See,
Wow,
that's
I
the
was
brick
such
wall
a-
that I was afraid of running into.
That was such an original joke. You missed out, Jane. You got an original joke that no one's ever heard before.
Sketches.
Yeah, for her, I would be like, you're so robot. Ha!
What?
Do you have like a pebble in your shoe currently or anything? Has Fetch been stealing your rations?
No, there's just some been sensitive people in my general vicinity, and it's got me kind of on edge today.
I don't know whether to believe you. Alright, Punch, I'm going to bed.
Do you sleep on the rug in our stagecoach?
Who's sleeping in the sex wagon?
What a
No,
great
I have a
Because
question.
it is not me.
I'm sleeping in my tent.
All right, Baby Boy's in his tent. Where's everybody else sleeping?
I purchased a tent, and I will take the time to pitch it and sleep in my tent as well.
All right, Jane in the tent.
I forgot to pack for this trip, so I'm gonna mooch off Jane like a terrible roommate for a bit.
Like in Jane's tent.
Yeah.
Does-
Is it a one-person tent?
Does Jane? What does Jane
I
feel
was
about
going to
this?
say, if you go to Jane's tent, she's probably like, what? What do you need?
A place to sleep.
She looks over at the sex wagon. That's you didn't bring a tent or something?
This is the first time. Well, this is the second time I've been traveling, but I didn't have to I haven't had to sleep in a sex wagon before. Got a normal ass caravan.
Okay. I didn't anything personal, but I've known you for 24 hours. We paid for the wagon so someone could sleep in it. I'd rather have my tent to myself. No offense.
None taken. Horse manure and hay was probably going to get terrible. It's going to get unbearable later anyway. I sleep in the sex wagon.
All right.
Heart-shaped bed all to myself.
Just a ceiling mirror that's enchanted to always be perfectly clean and reflective.
I love the image of Branch sleeping alone in a heart-shaped bed.
Staring up at his own reflection in the ceiling mirror. It's such a good way to
If I learned,
end scene.
Where did I go wrong?
If I learned anything from the Barbie movie, it's that only one person can fit on a heart-shaped bed at a time.
That's true.
How about fetch and sketch? Where you guys sleep? Just over in tent.
Yeah, whatever that tent is.
Okay,
Yeah,
perfect.
we just kind of took this one.
They
I'm
just
sure
steal
we could
someone's
just
tent.
take a 10. Maybe we do. I don't know.
Yeah, just whatever. Actually, what if we let's shack up with the other Cheeky Boys?
Oh, that makes sense. They might have room.
You go over to their tent and you peek inside, and you can see that they're settling in. And Ufoma kind of looks up. Yeah, hi.
Hey, oh god, I ate so much, so sleepy. Oh, this is soft. Yeah, this'll do.
They all look at you and they look at each other. Yeah. Here you go. We've got some spare. Here, take this. And they start setting up corners for you too.
Do they seem off-put to put us up in the corner?
No,
Okay.
They like. There's clearly it's a little weird to just invite yourself into a tent, but they all kind of do the look at each other to see what they think about it, and you guys pass the check. They're fine with it.
Fitch is the one who asked, so I'm not the weird one. It's fine.
From a culture of survivors, okay? When your friend is in need, your friend is a friend indeed. You know what I mean?
It's also going to be super
That's how
warm
I
in this
see it.
tent. That'll be cool.
You guys settle in. Does anybody have anything weird overnight, or should we start heading to morning?
Oh, it's gonna get weird. I'm just gonna leave it off screen.
Understood.
You asked.
Just a minor character building point of order. Before going to bed, Jane gets into her bed and she has her book, The Kingship, and she turns to the front, like the first page of it, and just reads like a little story that's written on the front page before going to bed.
Wonderful. Double checking.
I didn't get wounded today, so I don't need to do any sewing.
True. All right. The night goes peacefully for a time. Branch. At some point, you awaken to a knock on the side of the sex wagon. Sort of a hasty, like, sort of frantic knock.
Druggy will get up, put my cloak on, and just peek out.
Wait, where is the sex wagon? Where are you?
It's up here.
Oh, I see you. Okay.
You should have colored it pink.
As you kind of peek out, you see Petra, with kind of this, like, he's got a nervous anxiousness to him. Like, he couldn't decide whether it was worth waking somebody up for this, but he finally did. And now there's this mix of, like, guilt, but also, like, he's worried. And he looks at you and says, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I know it's late. Dulska, he went off to take a piss, and it's been 20 minutes. I don't know what to do. I'm sorry. Do you think you can? Do you think you guys can go look for him?
What about did any of the cheeky warriors go off?
No, I think they're still sleeping. I sent my men after him, and they didn't come back either, and that is why I'm concerned.
Well, your mistake was sending them. One of them just plainly fell over while they were fighting.
They have been good so far. You did so well with the wargs. That's why I came to you next.
Yeah.
If you don't mind, I can show you the way that we went.
Fine, yeah. Sure. Hey, first off, one point of order.
Yes.
So you were taken in by the Edges sites at least once or twice, right? For crimes of a general nature, I'm assuming.
I've had my run-ins with the Edgesites. I've spent more time than I like to remember in courts.
Yeah, I could take that. You looked a little familiar, but just so we're clear. And Branch will just step up to him, try to at least be a little intimidating. I know what shady backroom dealings are like. And you said it yourself, delivering something from Famador to Zulukara. It ain't that common. I want to know what's in your stagecoach.
If you help me find my son, I will show you anything that you want.
I'm helping you find your son now.
Okay, then.
Let me know I can trust you first.
Yes, of course. Help me, and I will show you the inside of the cart and everything in it. You have to keep your mouth shut, of course. It's sensitive, but it's not anything that you need to worry about. I can show you if you'll help me.
Yeah. I guess I'll wake up anyone who wants to be woken up in our current party.
Yeah, you can. It's safe to meta here a little bit. Like, if you don't want to go alone, you can go rustle your party members awake.
I can.
Yeah.
Actually, I'll take Baby Boy and Jane.
So, important question. How do you get Baby Boy?
I'll just go into your tent and...
You go into my tent?
Yeah, I'll go into your tent.
So as you start to open it, it is like tied closed. You start hearing bells jingle on the inside.
Yep. Immediately obvious to you that he has this, like, shut and rigged, like, alarmed.
Shit! I'll like get tangled in them and trip over.
It's not like a trap for you. It's just like it's tied closed. When you try to open it, it's like sealed from the inside, and there's like bells on the inside.
Yeah. And for what it's worth, those bells are pretty loud. They wake up a handful of people, including Fetch and Sketch Feed. Like,
Okay, yeah, they can come with me.
Who's there?
Sorry, I wake up too.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hey, everyone's up.
hold on. I'm gonna message you something back because I don't know the answer to this.
is it?
Do your 3 kobolds have to sleep in their fursuit? Is it hanging up on the wall?
I assume the question is how. Okay, here we go. Let's see.
How quickly can I don?
Okay, it is the question that I thought it was. I assume that it is pretty quick as putting on some PJs, I guess.
Yeah, I figured as much. All
Yeah.
right. I don't know. Maybe about a minute later, he opens the flap and comes out. What's going on? This is a big stretch.
Old man here
Perception
lost his
check.
son.
Sorry, I'm so. And you can tell as more people are like waking up and coming around. There's still this sense of urgency, but there's also this sense of like, oh, I shouldn't be making this big of a deal. It's probably nothing. And apologetically bowing and like lifting his hands. My son I sent my men to go look for them, and they didn't come back either. They went that way. If we can just make sure that he's safe, I would sleep better.
Can I make a insight check against this?
Yeah, this is a trap.
Absolutely, give me a perception check.
Also, in fact, we've already had 1 hour. Does anyone get hero points?
Not yet, no. Actually,
Okay.
You know what? Hero point for Branch.
Yeah.
I'm the favorite. I'm the boy.
Don't worry, Branch is just a handout.
Oh,
Dad
yeah.
likes you the most. Fair.
Papa Christmas gave me
Papa
all the
Christmas
presents.
likes you the most.
Daddy Christmas.
Daddy
No!
Christmas.
Stop this right now.
I think the best part about this is that you hate when people say stuff like that.
Yeah.
And Zeke, you can't do anything against Zeke. You just can't.
No
You
leverage.
can't.
There's no leverage. You get the sense that he is more concerned than he's letting on. He's like, he's trying to play it cool. He has a little bit of that just like mithril politeness that is necessary, this need to not be a burden to other people. But he's sweating. His palms are sweaty. His face is like a little white. His heart is racing. He's letting his politeness get in the way of the fact that he is genuinely like scared right now.
How old is his son?
His son was probably early 20s.
Oh, okay. It's not like a kid.
It's not like a kid, no, but
Like same age as Branch.
about the same age as Branch, yeah.
Wait, how old's Branch?
24.
A baby.
Oh yeah, you're like 600. All
All right, Jane will just if it sounds like we're going to do this thing, I should do it anyway because it's going to recharge anyway. She'll get her top, which probably isn't even on her like belt loop anymore. She has to go back and go get it. Spin it in her hand, starts to kind of hover above her hand for a little bit, and I'm just recharging one of my spells with Drain Bonded Item. And then casting said spell.
Black magic.
Like magic.
Like magic.
Well, I said black magic, but like magic is also true.
I don't think this has any effects for being heightened. Oh, it's +2. Okay. Or wait, no, that's only if it's 3rd level, right?
Correct, yeah, if you heighten it by
Okay.
2 levels, yeah.
I'm gonna cast that on Baby Boy. Baby Boy.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh
very
my god,
brief
I'm the
glimpses
master
into
of
your
time
future.
and space now?
God help me.
Oh.
You do get brief glimpses into the future for the next 8 hours.
I'm just gonna light a cigarette. I don't know what you nerds are trying to.
He's
pull,
gonna light a
but-
cigarette! And I point at Branch.
I've made a huge mistake.
Now I get like a skill bonus. I'm gonna boost on acrobatics.
Try and prove it in one skill of your choice. The key ability must be charisma, intelligence, or wisdom.
Oh, okay.
Has to be a mental skill of some sort.
Mental skill.
Yeah, but I don't think you've cashed in your cheat yet, so.
That's true. Everybody gets one sheet.
I'll use it on charisma. There.
So it would be like performance, or probably performance is your best bet.
Performance,
Yeah, you choose one skill that is tied to a mental stat.
Yeah.
Cool. He starts to like, okay, if we're going to go, it was this way. And like, he does that thing where he waits here as if he's like, oh, I don't want to go first because he's scared. But then he realizes that he's leading you guys where he thinks his son went. So he like, just hand visibly shaking, is starting to wander into the jungle, holding this torch alight, until eventually the
Mechanically speaking, him being near me makes him braver.
that's good to know. You do actually see that seems to help. Eventually, after just a quick, like 2 or 3 minute walk, he was going around this corner. You find some tracks, some pretty recent tracks that are pretty obvious, because there was a bit of rain. That lead to the mouth of a cave. And I say they lead to the mouth of the cave. What actually happens is the tracks stop kind of over here by this tree, and then there are bizarre signs of a scuffle. You don't see other tracks, but you see a scuffle of some sort, and then you see his tracks go into the cave. And then not far behind it, actually this one would probably, give me a survival check, anybody who's watching tracks.
I have a question.
Yes, hit me.
When I was close to him, did either of my things go off?
Neither of your things have gone off with him now.
Okay.
Started things off strong.
Yep, getting that out of the way real early. Yeah, you guys can all make out his tracks totally fine, except for Fetch, who's, I imagine, got interrupted in the middle of something and his mind is somewhere else.
Yeah.
And that's
I'm
all you can
talking to
really see.
Moses.
Talking to Moses. Jesus.
Moses, I have a question.
Yes. Oh, Okay, I thought talking to Moses was a really cool euphemism you just had for, like, being blue-balled.
I thought it was like Moses, as in like
No.
the guy.
Yes.
What does your son smell like?
Probably... After dinner, probably vodka and potato.
Respect. Just FYI, I'm going to keep detect magic up as we get going.
Noted. Cool.
And then question meta.
Yes.
Do I need to see the target of this spell? Point in a vague direction?
I'll say no for now, and I'll look it up between sessions. Let me make a note. So for now, you can cast it around corners if you want.
I'm just gonna like point at the entrance to this cave and just attempt to message not Dijkstra, what's his name?
His name? You want his name?
I have it written down and I can get to it faster than you.
You might be able to. You want the name of the son? Daltska.
Doltska.
Of course.
Oh, you beat me to it.
Beat you to it. Get fucked.
Doltska. And just say, are you in there? Sorry, that came out in Nordo voice.
The message kind of flies off, and there's a faint wisp as it streaks over to the cave and then disappears into it. And a few seconds pass, and you get a... Yes, I'm in, please come.
She'll say, she won't say anything out loud yet. She'll let Fetch finish this conversation, but she'll cast it again.
Fetch, give me a perception check. While that's happening, go ahead and say your message.
Okay.
Just what's happening? Are you in danger?
I don't... It's dark, and I can't move. I don't know what... What day is it?
Give me a potato and a vodka, please.
Yeah, Fetch, you can kind of have a reference smell, and you take a moment to sniff, and you can smell two very strong odors coming from the cave. The first being the stronger, the smell of like fungus, of rot, of mold that is just eking out of this cave. And the second being a very faint trace of alcohol that you can only just barely catch up with your refined sense of smell.
Oh, that is... Your son smells foul.
He's in there, though.
I'll say out loud, he's inside it. Don't run in there just yet. It sounds like he's in some sort of danger. I'm talking to him right now.
The only thing that smells like that is that stinky cave.
She'll point a finger and say, just tell me what you remember. It's still the same night that we all just had dinner around the campfire.
I was taking a piss, and something came up. I heard rustling. There was a knock on my head, maybe? I woke up here, and I can't move my wrists, my ankles. I don't know what's happening. It's so dark.
All right, she'll kind of mouth all those words after he says them. He's inside. It sounds like he's got knocked over the head by somebody. He's tied up, so it's not an animal or something. It's...
You've got a direct line to him?
Yeah, she's her spell book is open in one hand, the blue book with the kingship embroidered on the front, and she's like pointing a finger into the cave. She says, "Yeah, he can talk to me. I can talk to him."
Magic shit. All right.
That's really cool.
That he's scared and hurt and got taken in there by somebody.
I want to test something out real quick.
Yeah.
And then Branch pulls out the gun, puts it like a little into the cave so that sound would reverberate if he were...
Before he does this, I wanted
pull
to
the
say
trigger.
something to Branch before you did something loud.
Okay.
He leans into like, one gold, this is a trap from the old man.
That's what I'm testing.
Okay, so are we... We're in the same bed. Never mind. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to hold the hold the gun just so that's in the cave and fire. And as I do, I want Gene to ask him if he heard that.
All right. as soon as he fires the gun. No.
Yeah.
Well, how do I know that?
Yeah, do you tell Jane this ahead of time? I assume?
I'll tell Jane the plan ahead of time. Sorry.
Okay, good to know. Just so I know.
Branch, you hold the gun into the cave and you just kind of pull it. Give me a D100 just for ricocheting and possibilities.
Roll a 1.
I would not be a responsible DM if I let you fire against stone without checking for a ricochet.
Huh?
Oh, you're fine. Yeah, there's a loud crack. The thunder kind of echoes out of the cave a few times. And then Jane.
Yeah, I'll just message back and say, did you just hear a loud
Yes.
gunshot like
Yes.
thunder?
Was that you?
That was us.
Yeah.
Just,
You're close. That hurt my ears.
you don't see anybody else around? You don't hear anybody else in there with you?
No, it's dark. I can't see anything. I can't see my nose in front of my face.
All right. Just pass all that along. He's in there. He's close. He says it's too dark in there to see anything.
Do you want to chuck a
Oh,
torch
I
in
know.
there?
You see that?
I know he's heard.
Into the
Anyone
cave.
got a light?
You see that the old man has a torch, and it is illuminating the inside of this cave.
Huh. Well,
You
must not be
with a
near
free
the
hand
front.
want to take that?
Oh, actually, you know what? I can hold one of my. I pull out one, and I just like I'm holding one with the tentacle.
Always come prepared, baby boy.
Oh, let me put one on me.
We going in?
You lead the way.
Gotcha.
Can I... this may have already been done, but I wasn't paying attention. Can I just look around to see if I see anything?
Sure, give me a
Like,
perception check.
bad guy wise?
Yeah, absolutely.
I want to look for bad guys.
Looking around for bad guys, you don't see anything. You can hear that in response to that gunshot, there are a lot of distant kind of rustling noises, but nothing visible here, nothing scary.
Can I second
Okay,
that?
got it.
Yeah, go for it.
I'm gonna holster the gun and just pull my whip out.
Mare gets sort of the same thing. There's nothing super clearly visible here. Sketch, what's up?
Can I search for like animal tracks or something over here? See if this is like a natural thing that brought him in here?
Sure, give me a survival check.
Wait.
That is quite good. You do actually pick up on a few tracks that Branch and Fetch did not. And they're very easy to miss. It's understandable how they got missed, even in spite of the natural one. They are faint, kind of narrow boot tracks that, with a 22 in survival, you can tell that they were like moving cautiously. They were sneaking. They match the description of the mercenaries, which the man said he sent afterward. But it is noteworthy to you that they're very good at sneaking without being seen. And you can actually see a couple of places where they've been brushed intentionally. They were actively, doing their best to cover their tracks and move quietly and sneakily.
Well, which way were they going?
They
Towards the
they
cave
go
or away
into
from
the
it?
cave. And they,
Okay.
they are not a part of the scuffle. They seem to have come by a little later and went straight to the cave.
Okay. Well,
Um,
if those mercenaries are here. They're in there. I can see their boots coming this way.
After Sketch says that, and I, Zeke, remember that those two are in there, I will try to cast message to target Mithric.
All right. What do you say?
Oh, right, I have to say something.
True.
Are you in there? It's us from the campsite. We're looking for Joel
Dolska.
Dolska.
Dolska. You send the message off. It wisps through the cave, and you don't get a response.
Just to do a due diligence, I'll try Janaya.
Janaya.
Try her too. Same
Yep,
message.
Same message. No response.
So I don't know if this really matters. I don't want to teach you, but I think it does say they have to be able to see you. Second paragraph. Left.
Oh, in order to respond, okay, yep, totally right. It's right in the spell description. We'll let
Aha.
Delts, because all three of the responses that I've given you will fly for now. But moving forward, we'll play by the rules.
Okay. I was just making sure it
Today, I
wasn't
learned how to
like
read.
I was making sure it wasn't some like weird trap.
Right.
My apologies. I did not read my own spell before casting it.
It's okay, me either.
It's okay. I can't read, so
We all read
unless
the
it's
first
someone else's
paragraph, like,
spells.
oh yeah, that's that. That's what
Oh, I didn't even read that. I went straight to this. It says "see you," and I'm like,
All right, well, in that case, I'm going to stay in the back and specifically stay behind Petra. Actually, no, I rolled dog shit inside. I trust Petra.
I don't trust this man.
Zeke don't trust him, but Jane trusts him. Not trust, but Jane isn't like worried about
Jane
him.
just trusts too easy.
No, Jane doesn't trust fucking anybody, but
Jane trust Connor. That's what they call her.
Jane trusts not Connor's Crichton.
I don't know her last name. I
You
thought it was
truly
Connor.
do, though.
Isn't she married?
Rita. Rita Connors.
But isn't Rita? Oh, because I guess Rita got married. This is so confusing.
Yeah. Can we sneak into the cave?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I have a torch.
The way that this works is you just say you're sneaking, and when it becomes relevant, when it becomes a contested check, that is when I'll have you roll. And a lot of the time, it will serve as your initiative as well.
I really like the kind of sneaking.
I presume that I cannot sneak and keep up detect magic at the same time, eh?
Correct.
Fine, I'll drop detect magic.
If I can
Do we
get-
all
Actually,
need to be
no, I'm going to keep up detect magic.
Understood.
If I could get out of the torchlight into the shadows, I would prefer that. So even if I have to move ahead a little bit.
Could I like?
I'll
wrap,
go with you if that's.
Could I like wrap the torch in like my tentacles so that, without touching it, so that it like dims the light, so only a little bit of light goes through?
Yeah, you can. I'll let you voluntarily dim the radius of the torch a little bit. As those of you going ahead start to go ahead, even just with the dim light of the torch and with your dim light vision, you can immediately see what is very obviously magic. And Jane, to you, this immediately rings up as magical. There is a sphere of darkness just sitting in this cave.
That's alarming.
Hey,
Is he in there?
the hell is this thing?
I don't see where else he would be. Do you know what this is?
Almost certainly. Give me an Arcana check.
I have a... This is not really what it's for, but I have this too. I don't know how that shit works.
If it appropriately spell, and it's a common spell of second level or lower, you might just automatically get it.
I just don't know if it's like... I'm not seeing someone cast this spell right now, so it doesn't really quite match that.
For sure.
But I will go do an Arcana check too.
But
Yeah, plenty. This appears to be the darkness spell. It appears to be a little bit smaller than a normal darkness spell, but only by like 5 feet.
Okay, Jane will say it's a spell. Hold on, I can get... What level is it?
Second level spell.
Great. I can take care of it. Hold on. She'll take a knee for a second, unfold her book on the ground, and flip to about, 15 or so pages in, just some of the more recent stuff she's been working on. Gets her top out and spins it, and rewinds time in that little area back to before this spell was cast. Time just slows all around for a moment.
that's pretty sick.
I don't know how counteract checks work.
Click that counteract button. I think you're just going to try to roll against the DC of the spell, and depending on how well you roll, it depends on whether it counteracts or not.
Okay, can I do a couple cheeky things now that I know how this works?
Yes.
One is do this right before I do it, which lets me roll a d20, and I'll see if this is a good d20 or not, and if it is, I'll use it.
Yep.
Tempting. I'll have to know if that succeeds or not, I suppose. The other thing, you tell me, I have flavored this spell as chronomancy. It is clearly not actually chronomancy. Can I use the pocket watch on it? It is not actually chronomancy. It is just dispel magic.
I would let you do it if you were dispelling a chronomancy effect. I don't think I can justify saying that dispel magic is a blanket chronomancy effect.
Reasonable, fair, just, correct decision. I will. Does the 12... What am I rolling? Hold on. What do I roll here?
Be your spell cast, so it would be your... God, I should know how any of this game works. I believe it would be your Arcana.
I'm gonna click this counterback and roll this just to see what gets
Yeah,
added
test
to
roll,
it. This
test
is
roll.
not a real roll. Test roll. Okay, so
So
we
add
add 9 to
9.
this. So if I took the 12, I would get 21. Does 21 do it?
Are you committing to burning it to see if a 21 does it?
Oh boy, I don't just know that, huh?
You could get a boy.
Because I just truly don't know how this mechanic works. Am I like trying to hit the spell
Yeah,
level? or
the
something?
basic idea is that you are trying to beat the DC of the caster who cast the spell.
Oh, okay, so it's nothing to do with the spell's level.
Right. With that said, you are trained in Arcana and a good wizard. You would know that Darkness is a second level spell, which means bare minimum they're probably a third or fourth level caster, which would put their DC around 19 to 21. It is right on the cutoff. In other words,
Oh boy. You know what? I'm probably not going to beat a 12. I will go ahead and take that 21.
all right. You pull up the watch and then set it back down because it's not chronomancy, and then you cast a spell magic, and with a whoop, the whole sphere disappears, and you can see behind it. Once I remove it, the back of this cave, dimly lit by the bit of torch, and up against the wall, you see Dalsky, who sees all of you guys suddenly. Oh, you're here, please. And he looks down, and you can almost see in his eyes that, like, he's expecting to see rope or shackles or something, and he's just sitting against this wall, not moving.
Weird. Do I know... Again, Isaac Smith don't know this game. Do I know of like a spell that would cause him to think he was shackled? It isn't actually.
Certainly, I'm sure there are some. You know that there are paralysis spells. You know that there are suggestion spells and things like phantasmal force that make illusory bindings or whatnot. Lush, what's up?
I want to make an occultism check with my pocket library book about any fungus creatures that can cast darkness and do paralysis.
Sure, I'm into it. Occultism, nature would probably be the appropriate spell for this, but I'll let you try with occultism at a harder
Yeah,
DC.
it's just the pocket library thing I chose, and then I have the book.
Yeah, absolutely.
What would that bonus be? It's 1 from the spell and 2 from the book?
Correct. And then a penalty, because occultism is not really the right spell for recognizing plant monsters.
Do I add the penalty, or are you just gonna...
I'll just add it to the DC. It'll effectively be a +4 to the DC. Or a -4 to your check, however you decide to think of it. They're identical.
29?
That is quite good. So this is the part where we run into my meta knowledge. There are probably some mushroom creatures, especially near the surface, that have wandered up from the Underdark, that are able to innately cast darkness. There are also probably some fungus creatures that can paralyze people. I don't know the specific names of those off the top of my head, but in the Field Almanac, you find a few examples, and whatever they are, I'll fill you in on it.
Judge, I guess my question is, does that fit this region or cave, or these mushrooms on the ground?
These appear to just be kind of mundane mushrooms, and frankly, none of them look big enough to be a big mushroom creature. And the other thing that stands out to you is that the examples in the book are all things that kind of wander up from the Underdark, which would require this cave system to go much deeper. And this doesn't. This is a pretty shallow cave, and you don't see that it goes any deeper than this.
Okay, I personally can't see around this corner, so...
Oh, right, darkness.
But I guess
for
that
most of
makes... I guess it makes sense because, you know, this cave, that's one of the case. Okay.
Does spell magic have like a limited duration in this system, or is the darkness just like gone now?
It is just gone, I think. I'll double check that, but I'm pretty sure it's just gone. Counteract
I
normally
had a
just
memory
ends
of
the thing.
there being like a suppression or something. Okay.
If it's a magic item, it has a duration.
Right. I saw that part. Good.
Can you walk over to us? You don't look bound.
He, like, you see he kind of, like, moves his head. Like, if he just swings his head hard enough, maybe the rest of his body will come with it. And he doesn't seem to be able to move anything lower than the neck.
Does this cave has a ceiling, right?
It does, yeah. It's maybe 10 or 11 feet tall.
Is there anything on it?
Your ricochet hit him in the spine!
I'm gonna get carefully with my spellbook still out within 30 feet of him. And then I'm gonna cast this.
I'm gonna keep up with Jane, keep her a little safe, and keep an eye on this old man.
This does take a whole minute, so if other people are doing other things, but I will say I can, if it's magic, I can figure out what's going on with them if you give me a minute.
Understood.
Oh, wait, this is an object. I'm sorry. I don't know how this game works. That works on objects, not people's.
Gotcha.
Ignore everything that I've said.
Can you post your detect magic card for me again, real quick?
Pew pew.
Pew 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 pew.
I thought I had like an identify type of spell. Hold on. Maybe it's just not prepared right now, which I can fix with myself.
How long is rope usually?
50 feet?
All right.
30 feet? I actually don't know. I said 50 because that's what felt right.
Oh, I remember now. Identifying magic is just like a thing that you can do in this game. I'd like to try to identify any magic that is on him.
Absolutely. Before you do that, with your detect magic still running, there is still active magic somewhere within range.
Okay, I don't get range that way. Or like direction.
I believe it is just yes or no until you're higher level.
Understood. I do have this. I can do quick identification. Take only 1 minute to identify. Blah, 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 blah. So I will spend 1 minute trying to identify the magic of. I don't know if I have to like focus that more specifically. I guess just on him, if whatever magic is on him, if there is any.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead and give me a Arcana check to identify at the end of that minute. What's everybody else doing during that minute?
Keep an eye on the old man.
Tying a lasso.
He sees his son over and he starts to like hobble over towards his son.
Wait.
I'll hold
Hey,
him back.
yeah.
What? No, please. He's right there.
Right.
It's not
he
your
just-
son, it's an evil spirit. No.
There was magic in here. And if he just walked in here, it's kind of weird anyways. Stay back. You've already proven you're good in a fight.
He like shakes, but once again that like politeness kind of takes over, and he's like, "Oh, okay, all right."
Jane, she's kind of focused, but she'll just say, if he stepped in some kind of trap, you're not going to do him any good stepping in it too. Just stay back.
After a minute of cautiously studying and trying to hone in on this magic that you know is still present because of detect magic, but can't see, you eventually narrow it down. You are able to kind of feel the pull of the weave, and you realize it's not coming from him, but from over here in this corner. And let me see, how much do you get on a successful identifying? You get a sense of what it does.
I'm sorry, which corner?
This corner south of Branch.
Okay.
On a success, you get a sense of what it does and means of activating. There are active invisibility effects happening in that corner.
Oh, there's an invisible motherfucker over there. Okay. I will try to play it kind of cool and not immediately look over and go, there's someone invisible over there. If I can, I gotta read this spell again for the 10th time today. Jig's gonna probably want to do this anyway, but I will point to Branch because he's the closest and try to kind of do it subtly and just say there's somebody or something invisible in the corner over there at your 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock. All right.
And then if something doesn't immediately jump out to attack, I will do the same sort of message to the other 3 in my group.
You do see the Petrask. What are we waiting for?
I'm still trying to figure out the magic. He's fine. He's not in any danger right now. Just let us make sure that it's stable here.
Yeah, and the two of them are like looking at each other intently. Like, I think I'm okay. What do I do? And he calls back. It's
No.
all right. Just stay where you are.
Just relax. Don't move a hair. You're being held hostage by a hungry ghost.
Just relax.
His face goes white. Yeah.
He's getting pale. Strong as life force.
If one of us wants to make it look like we're going to get it, and then another of us can shoot it, whatever's there. I think. Hey. try and trick it. It obviously wants us to go approach him.
Good idea. Petra, are you willing to lay down your own life to save your own son?
Yes, of course. What do I do? Tell me what to do.
There we go. We have our bait.
Can I go to him?
No.
God damn it.
Are we speaking like really loud?
I was gonna say I have not like cast a message again. Those were like coming back quietly because of the cantrip, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can facilitate telepathic communication
Yeah,
with the message cantrip.
You can send messages. You can't let other people do it, except for the responses to you.
Oh, okay. Fuck it. No one goes up to try and get him in the next 30 seconds. I'm just shooting that corner.
Sure. You just point and shoot.
Yeah, I kind of am on the same page.
All
Like
right.
Jane will like
Nope.
hold down. Sorry, go ahead, Fetch.
Fetch is very interested in let's not shoot inside the cave at the
That's
hostage.
probably
If
wise.
we need,
Well, not
We
at
need
the
to-
No,
hostage.
no, we're gonna shoot here and possibly ricochet the bolts back at us.
Yeah.
Great. Perfect
idea.
idea. Let's use a gun in a
idea.
cave.
if
do
you're
need to
looking
check
for the
one thing
bravest,
here. Sorry, go ahead.
I do have a spell that I could use. There's a cone.
Oh, this takes 10 minutes. That's so stupid. Never mind. My
I'll
wizard shit
telepathically-
takes forever.
I'm gonna telepathically communicate with Jane because I can do that, and just be like, I just,
Really?
yeah.
Awful, thanks.
And I tell you that I have a cantrip that does a 15-foot cone. I can just get that corner.
15-foot cone of what?
Sonic?
Oh, I know what I can do. I
Sonic
can just
damage.
dispel his invisibility.
Do you have to see
Because
him?
I'm a wizard. Do you have to see?
So the way that targeting things you can't see works in this is you do basically a coin flip, and on a failure, the spell goes off and is wasted.
Oh, I'm not risking that. That's insane.
That is true of attacks as well. You can try to target something that you can't see, but there's a chance it just fails.
Okay, in that case, then I'll just kind of nod at. I guess I can do telepathically. That's
You
fine by
can't
me.
communicate back with me. It's only one.
okay.
way.
Then in that case, I'll just kind of nod at baby boy. Like that's fine. That works for me.
I'm just gonna.
So casual.
You're so subtle.
For what it's worth, Jane, you do notice the invisibility starts to like move a little away.
And then I
Okay.
go ahead and I just like point two fingers out, grab onto two, like create two little tiny gravitational pulls, and then cause this entire area just in cacophony and deafening sound.
Wonderful.
I was gonna say when he like goes to start casting a spell and I see the invisibility moving, I don't have a way to be like, no, he's moving. So I think it just happens probably.
So for what it's worth, the invisible thing is moving slowly, and this is a big area. And all that bullshit I just said about targeting invisible things doesn't apply to AoEs, they just work.
It's a basic fortitude save.
We are going to roll initiative, and I'll let you... I'll basically guarantee that you go first with this initiative. Since you're kicking things off here.
Can you turn on the encounter, please?
Yes, let me do that. Nobody here is surprised by what's happening.
I get a +1.
You get a +1, but also because you're just like pulling the trigger, I'm going to move you to the very top no matter what.
I still have to chase, you know? Okay, thank you for putting me first, at least this round.
All right, you guys are all going very early, so I am just going to do my Chrono Skimmer shit and take 10 essentially.
All right. Let's go ahead and... did you already roll damage for that spatial implosion?
No, I didn't. You have to make a save first.
Yeah. Let me go
And
do
then
these
I
save.
can go and roll damage. I think it's I don't. I'm assuming it auto heightens it to whatever it needs to be.
Yeah, if it's a cantrip, it'll auto heighten it.
Janaya and Mithric. Have they betrayed us, or are we just accidentally killing?
That's a great question. Both save for half.
Oh, they say, boo.
As this wave of thundering energy kind of booms out,
Oh, thank you.
you do see that a couple of figures emerge from their invisibility, and they like point their weapons towards you, but they're frantic. Their eyes are dancing back and forth. They're not sure what to do. And everybody, give me a perception check, please.
It was a trap. I knew it.
Is this to sense motive?
This is to sense motive.
Do I need to? Because I already knew it was a trap. I made a bet on this. I'll run for mayor because he also is making a bet on this.
Luce, you're privately rolling all your dice, and it's really upsetting.
Yeah, all of your dice are coming through private.
Oh, are they? I
They
didn't.
are.
Oh, whoops. Oh, so I did.
I mean, you can just do it if you want, but I want to see what you're rolling.
Oh, I rolled a 15 for my initiative. I rolled a 24 for my perception, and I did 4 damage of sonic damage.
So a couple of you guys are like, oh, are they high on mushrooms? Specifically, Sketch is like, oh, they might be high on mushrooms, or they might be under some spell. Branch and Up. So everyone but Sketch. Sorry, Sketch. Everybody else can tell that what at first looks like an awkward, uncertain what's going on is actually Janaya, Mithric, and Daltska all looking to Petra to see what he says and what he does. And it becomes very, very clear when you turn back and look at him. I just want him. And he nods to Branch. The rest of you can go. It doesn't have to be bloody.
Oh, you can fuck right off.
That's a shame.
66, not enough. Was 66 gonna be enough for you?
No, my friend. I am familiar to you, and you are familiar to me, but you only paid for the crime of one murder. And you think that she was the only one who died because of your sloppiness?
Rotten hell, motherfucker.
Yeah, he nods, and they lower their crossbows, and we'll jump straight into initiative. Sketch and Fetch are up first.
Do I get all 3 of my actions on that, or just that?
So basically, I just gave you a free turn at the start of combat, and now you can have your normal turn in this round.
So I guess my question: do I get my full turn, or just that one? Just 2 of my 3 actions?
If you have a third action, you can go ahead and use it.
I do. Yeah, yeah. Would it be like after these people have revealed themselves?
Yeah, I'll let you kind of do it after the cinematic timing, after the cutscene,
Okay.
so to speak. So who's this on? Oh, you got him targeted. Perfect.
Yep,
oh
critical
my
success.
lord, that's a big old failure. Big old critical failure. He is frightened too.
He also, let me see if I can post this over there. I don't know if he has any casting of spells. How do I? But for the next 24 hours.
Oh, nice. Okay, excellent. Cool.
Oh, and then I'm gonna use my reaction, and I'm gonna get that fear
Gobble up the fear.
and get some temporal points, and that's me.
All right, sounds good. All right.
Question.
Sketch up first. You can see that the man has ordered them to point crossbows at Branch, and Baby Boy seems to not be interested in that happening. You can do whatever you want, and if he's to be believed, you can walk away right now and not be a part of this. What do you do?
Oh man.
Hey,
Sketch is
Sketch.
gonna audibly roll his eyes. It's gonna been just he's gonna step over here.
Do you?
We could just leave, but then we'd have to, explain to Darvin and Finn why he's not with us. And I don't know. It just sounds like so much.
Yeah. Oh, never mind.
He's going for it.
I was gonna
27.
ask if you want.
Go ahead.
What?
What were you saying,
I'm
Mr.?
not having a good day. I was gonna ask if you wanted to delay your action with the delay action. Therefore, I could get over next to Moses and you can flank him
Oh,
for sneak attack.
well, I'd hold my last action and I can do it next turn.
True. The first action does hit for 5 points of slashing damage. And that'll bring us over to... Are you holding your third action?
I'll hold my third action and that'll be my warning stab.
Warning stab. Alright, perfect. Fetch, that brings it to you.
The classic warning stab.
Yeah, let's pop over here. It's an old man. We don't like Branch either, but he's a part of our tribe.
Oh, that was almost a nat 20.
Because of the combined effects of the fear and the flanking, his AC right now is 13. That's a hit.
Yes.
Seven points slash.
Yeah, this is with the bloody Branch kukri.
You're an accomplice to murder!
I've been worse.
Oh my god, yeah, that's a critical hit.
Is faking a kidnapping still a kidnapping?
Let's see, that was the normal damage, so he needs 8 of that. Yeah, the two of you guys react almost immediately. This poor old man has a shiv in his hand for about 2 seconds, and then it drops and he falls to the ground, coughing up blood. Not executed unless you want to immediately execute him, but down and out of the fight.
In fact, don't you poor old man me.
I was mostly emphasizing this man does not look like he is made for combat.
I'd like to point out that we saved their ass earlier, and then they brought us into a cave and tricked us. Like,
Oh yeah, for the record,
that's
you guys
just
are totally
basic, don't
justified.
do that.
I'm so glad that Branch woke up people up. I was like, this guy's gonna. I knew it instantly.
Oh yeah, the
This is gonna fucking
second he
kill it.
got Branch up, I'm like, this guy's gonna fucking
My
murder
son
Branch.
wants to go pee. It's been missing. It's like fuck.
It was so hard not to type in the chat like Branch is about to get fucking killed, but I wanted him to go do it if he was gonna go do it.
All right,
Bye.
I believe that is all 3 actions for Fetch. That brings us to Daltska. Daltska uses his first action to spring to his fate, totally able to move this whole time. Uses his second action to run over to Brant, and will use his third action to try to shiv you.
Oh,
Is he frightened?
He is frightened.
You were just in the perfect spot, baby boy.
Okay, this does work even though you're not actually surprised because you're not because you haven't acted yet. You are flat-footed to this attack.
correct.
But no, this kid, it's very clear to you, this kid also has no idea what he was doing. He was concealing a shiv, presumably waiting for somebody else to get close. No, he was frightened of his own accord. He's terrified because of other things.
A
Gotcha,
thing
gotcha.
if people critically miss.
That is not quite a critical miss. It is just a regular miss.
Never mind then.
Yep. That brings us to Janaya.
Does it?
It does. They were invisible when initiative was rolled. They rolled a 20
hate
and an
that.
18.
I hate that a lot, though.
We're going to do our first action to go flank. Second action on Brand.
It's. Damn it.
You seem so surprised.
Should have surrounded myself with a baby boy or something.
I mean, she also did kind of flank herself.
Oh, I definitely left your back open. That was my fault.
Oh my god, are you kidding me, Janaya? You tore up those words. You can't hit Branch! You can't hit Branch! Third action with map, so manually subtract 5 from this athletics roll. She is going to try to use the momentum to wrap the wire around your neck and begin to strangle. So this is against your fort DC with a -5. Here we go. That is a 15, which I don't think beats your fort DC.
Nope.
All right.
Into the shit.
Mithric
We
will.
both rolled 18s. How do we decide who goes first?
Monster goes first. I'm almost positive that's the
I
rule.
don't like that rule.
I don't see everyone.
Rollies
on
is
the-
more fun.
I don't see everyone on the list.
We're missing Mithric and Vagina.
They were invisible when initiative was rolled. Yeah, monsters go first. You know what? Rollies is more fun. You're right.
Rollies
Let's
is
do
more
it.
fun.
Rules never lie.
Beat 16, you bitch.
Oh, I looked like a 3 on my screen. Yeah, Jane, go for it.
Love it. Thank you. Merciful and kind. I would like to rage.
Really?
No,
Rage.
I will get my top once again out. I'll hold it in my hand. It starts to hover above my hand, spinning faster and faster and faster until it's like whizzing in the air almost. And I will cast some actual fucking chronomancy. And everyone, myself and all my friends, are all
Oh,
fucking
that sucks.
and can use the extra action only to move. I would like to then immediately use that extra action to move.
So I'm going to let you do it because we're all new, but it's my understanding that quickened and slowed, they affect how many actions you get at the start of each upcoming turn. So technically
makes-
you wouldn't have it, but I'll
Makes
let you
absolutely
have it.
perfect sense. There's no reason if you let me have it. It's not the rules of the game. I will just use my third action to move.
Perfect.
That's my turn.
All right, that'll bring us back to Mithric. He's going to use his first action to... Oh, I forgot to leave a flanking opportunity. That's a damn shame.
Heal issue.
Let's start with a crossbow bolt on Brant. Mithric, are you kidding me?
Branch can't be
can't
done.
hit me.
This is actually kind of important. He's going to use his second action to reload and his third action to fire again with Matt.
None of these are critical, though.
On its own, the concentrate doesn't mean anything, but there are many effects that say, like, you can't cast a concentration spell. Like, barbarians can't do concentration actions when they're raging, for instance.
You also have to be conscious, don't you?
I believe so, yeah. Something like that. It's no, so concentrate in PF2 is very different from 5e concentrate.
Right. That's what I was
Totally
checking. I was like, what? I thought it was sustained in this game.
Yep. All right. That is also a miss. That brings us back around to Baby Boy.
Oh, I'm baby boy.
True.
If you hover over concentrate, it gives it a description that's not helpful.
You guys remember when Janaya did like 50 points of damage to that warg that's 2 levels higher than you guys?
Oh,
Yep,
I remember.
she-
I was
was
worried
gassed.
she was going to murder Branch.
I'm going to cast a focus spell. I've not cast any focus spells before.
Ooh.
A whole bunch of the, my little anomalies appear, and Branch, in your mind, you hear like just an eldritch word you don't understand, but it like resonates in your mind, and you can kind of feel it in like every cell of your body. And oh, I accidentally spent all my focus points, and now it's not letting me do it. I didn't realize it automatically took it. There we go. You are enlarged. You become large. You get clumsy 1 for 1 turn. It's not that great. But then you get a +2 to all of your melee bonuses, and you get a 5-foot increase to your range.
Oh, nice.
And now you are large.
I'm a big man.
It's
You're a
weird that
big man.
It's weird that it didn't automatically update your size to large. It normally does that.
Oh, I didn't target him. Maybe that.
Oh, I dragged the effect on there. I was curious
Yeah.
to see if it would do it.
You do have clumsy 1, which only lasts for 1 turn, but this thing lasts for 5 minutes. You get a -1 to your dexterity-based checks, DCs, which is going to be your AC for just 1 turn. Reflex saves, range attacks, acrobatics, stealth, and thievery, but it only lasts for 1 turn. And then you just get the be big.
Thanks
So
for
that-
making me a bigger target.
Yeah, but you also do
more shit.
yeah.
Hell yeah.
And then I'm going to demoralize.
That's a success. Frightened 1. Cancel out that clumsy.
Oh.
and demoralize them, because I have 2 actions. Another success, so these both are frightened 1.
Son of a bitch.
Ooh.
Oh, what's wrong, you fucking weirdo pale elves? You don't want to fight where the wild things are?
Me and Branch had a moment, okay?
Branch, as all of this whirlwind of 6 seconds happens around you, it does finally click why this man is so familiar, and why he was in and out of the courts, and why you knew that he had been tangled up in Edgecide affairs for so long. This is the driver of the stagecoach. This is the man whose coach you robbed to take the medicine. And it's your turn. What do you do?
First action, I want to... I have no idea how this is going to work, because considering I'm larger now. I want to tumble through Daltskia.
Hell yeah. I believe you can still do it. You'll have a small penalty from being clumsy, which will get canceled out by their frightened. So that is just acrobatics versus their reflex, if I remember correctly.
Real quick, baby boy, if you want to move, you have a free action to move on your turn for my spell.
True.
Oh, hold on. Was that just to move?
You can only use that 4th action to move.
Okay, then one of the people isn't frightened. I thought it was for anything. So this person
Oh,
doesn't
got
move, right? This person's not frightened, and then I will probably actually use my thing to...
That is plenty, Branch. You are free to tumble through her space.
Yeah, I'll tumble through, Daltskia.
Or his space.
Yeah, go behind her, or him. And, and tumbling gives me panache, right?
I believe so, yes. Yeah, it sure does.
I'll bring my foot, down to the back of his knee, to try and, put him in, a kneeling position. And then one more action to try and grapple him by the neck.
Okay.
And say, Dad's bleeding out down there. This is really worth it.
I love this. Go ahead and give me one athletics check to try to do the, pin and grapple. And then, whether you're spending your 3rd action on it or not, in fact, I don't think you have a 3rd action, I'll let you do a demoralize real quick.
Alright. Where'd my character sheet go? There it is. Okay.
Because, spoilers, he's easily frightened. Oh, my lord. Yeah, you were able to grab him easily, just kind of grab him by the neck and pin him.
And he's a little meat shield now, too.
And then give me an intimidation check.
Yes.
Does he have the little teddy bear item that he can hug in battle?
He doesn't. He needs the Crackers teddy bear.
Oh.
That isn't me. That's an item in the game.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Spoiler, this guy's extremely easily frightened. He is already frightened 1. I don't think it's cumulative. But if it had been a crit, it would have gone up to 2.
Okay.
Alright. That brings us to Petra, who needs to be making some saves. Oh my god, what happens on a 20 in TF2? Does he get up?
That was Daltska, so it doesn't actually count.
Oh, you're right. I'm so sorry.
Oh, I didn't roll the strikes or whatever. I guess they rapping. I don't know. Or damage for it.
Oh yeah, if you were trying to hit him, then absolutely give me an attack roll too.
Yeah, unarmed strikes.
That is a hit. Throw me some damage. Yeah, smack him in the back of the head. And you can see that, immediately, he is just, sobbing. He drops the shiv. He does not look like he wants to continue fighting. That will bring us back up to Sketch.
Do the mercenaries still seem like they're willing to fight?
They seem like they are, yeah. They look like they're in it to win it.
Okay, I'll use the... Do I get the extra action from Jane 2 for movement?
That was on everyone, yeah?
Yeah.
I believe so,
Six
yeah.
targets, I assume so.
Yes, it was everybody.
Man, there's not really a good spot here. Maybe if I stand here, he could stand here. Then he'd be flanked.
I extended my offer from last turn.
To just hold my... I can only hold one action, though. I can't hold my whole turn, can I?
We are using house rule. Or no, actually, it's not even a house rule. You can delay your entire turn in Pathfinder.
Right.
So you just move
That's
over
why
there in tandem.
That's why I asked. I tried to ask earlier so that Feck would clarify so that you could understand.
Yeah.
But,
New system. Who this? You can in Pathfinder 2. You can just delay your whole action. But it is kind of like all or nothing. You either delay your whole action or you hold a single action. It's
the
You're
idea
saying
being
action, you mean turn, right?
Yep.
and no pressure whatsoever. But the idea being, I'm at 29, I'm at 28, you're at 29. If you drop to 27, for example, I can go first. Therefore, you get your entire turn
with flanking and snake. Yeah.
With
Flanking.
snake.
Yep.
Okay.
and then you'll get the cool killing blow on Moses. And
We're calling him Moses.
Yeah, okay, that works.
Look at
All right.
I'll delay my whole turn.
Sketch delays. Fetches up.
All right. Do you want to go after Janaya? Is that the idea?
Yeah.
That move was free. You've got 3 actions.
Yep. You still got 3 actions.
Yo, hang on. Actually, I might kill her then. Hang on.
It'd be so funny if you did all this and then just stole the kill anyway. That's a hit. Three slashing.
Map 4.
That's a miss.
Map 8.
That is also a miss.
That's me.
All right, now it's sketch.
Okay, I'll use my free extra action to move here, and then I have 4 actions to hit Janai in the face. Or
True.
Various parts of her body with my weapon. Oh well, so wait, so it's gonna be nothing, then it'll be map -4, and then 2 map -8s?
Correct.
It doesn't stack past that?
Correct. Yep.
I could do something like cast a spell, I guess. But
Sure could if you want. It is a pretty cool thing to do with your third action.
it is. All of my spells are 2 actions, so never mind. I'll just stab a bunch of times. Wow, or miss a lot.
Jesus.
The 21 lands. The 21 is the only one that lands. For you do get sneak on that.
How do I
Um,
do sneak?
I think if you target and roll the damage again.
Okay.
Yeah, hover over and then press target, and I think because off guard is on the target, it'll do it automatically.
Oh, I damaged myself.
Should be heal yourself far on the far right. There you go, and then damage above that. Hey, we got it. That's much better. All right,
There we go.
excellent.
Okay.
1 strike lands for 10 points of damage as you two kind of surround and flank. The double map 8 attacks both whiff. That'll bring us to Daltska. Daltska spends his turn effectively doing nothing. He is cowering. He has dropped his weapon. His hands are up. In fact, I think what he does is he crawl, and that's his turn. Janaya.
It's not Jania's turn. It's my turn.
No, you go before Mithric. It's Janaya, Jane, Mithric.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Janaya does kind of look to Fetch and Sketch back and forth. This is not about you. You can walk away. She'll use her first action to stride, which will trigger an opportunity attack if you have one, which I think Fetch does.
I do. Yeah, you punish your own tribe, not the other way around, not somebody else's.
Oh, that's a critical hit. For 8 points. Boy, you're too big to strangle now. Shit.
I got your back.
Neck's like too strong.
Shit. Well, she'll go for your ankles with the necklace.
Oh.
That is a critical hit. Oh no, it's not. You're clumsy into the end of your turn. Shit. That is just a regular hit. Let's take a clumsy out. Weird. Why won't it says it won't let me remove it? Is that permanent the whole time?
It's only for 1 round.
Oh, it's a full round. It's not normal clumsy. Okay, gotcha. You are still clumsy, so that is a critical hit.
Okay.
So 18 points of damage as she connects.
What the?
Yeah, she hits.
She fucking hits. Okay.
And with map, because we can't strangle, we'll try one more time. This is actually going to be a trip. So this is... How's trip work? Let's go. I'm pretty sure it's athletics versus your something. Rolling athletics with a -5. 21? Let me see what that's up against.
It hits. I think.
That is against your reflex DC. Your reflex
okay.
DC might be 21. No, it's 20 because of the clumsy. Fall prone. That is all 3 of her actions. Jane is up.
Yeah, but she's not strangling you.
I guess.
Yeah, avoiding that strangle is
Better
pretty
than being
huge.
strangled, I suppose.
Better than.
I mean, unless you like that branch.
Let's be
Listen
very
into
clear. Okay. A free move this turn, and I don't know if I even want to use it. I guess I will. I will... Okay, free action from Quickened, move over next to a sketch. As Jane is running over, she begins holding the top of her hand, and it starts to stop spinning so fast, slow down, and then start spinning in the reverse direction, like spinning backwards. And I look to sketch and say, your weapon, hold out your weapon for a second.
Okay.
And I will cast this spell on your weapon. You watch, I've described this before with Kaz, but you get that like trailing, like, you know, psychedelics, where your weapon like follows behind when you move it. You see like the echoes of it, and every time you hit with your weapon, it essentially does an extra 1 point of damage. Is the short version of that long ass spell.
Okay, cool.
So that's 2 action spell, free action move. I got an action left, but what to do with it?
The eternal question. What do you do with your third action?
Oh, I know what I'll do with it. I'll play the game that we're all playing together and hold it till my next turn.
Perfect. That'll bring us to Mithril.
Where is that? Let me find it here. What's it called?
We have got to deal with Branch so we can get out of here. First action, reload. Second action, point blank hand crossbow. Please hit. Oh my god. Mithric.
This is why the wolves got you.
Mithric, I am begging you to land a shot. Second action, reload. Third action, map.
This is the worst revenge plan I've ever.
Oh, there we go. Thank Christ. A dart sinks in for a 5 points of piercing damage, but then I need a fortitude saving throw as you feel ichor begin to drip down from the bolt.
All right. Yeah. What? No.
You begin to feel the quickening effects of Jane's haste spell first disappear as they are counteracted, and then you feel it dipping even further into slow as you become slowed 1. And you can feel that your vision is starting to dim, your thoughts are starting to go hazy. The poison is continuing to set in and will get worse if left untreated. And Mithric just kind of looks down and says, "It's nothing personal, just business, and you kind of seem like a piece of shit." That's all 3 of his actions. And that'll bring us to Baby Boy.
Reminder, Branch, you have 2 hero points.
That is true.
Oh, yeah. I can use those on saves? I thought
Sure can. On any D20 roll, basically.
I'll use it on the fortitude save, sorry.
All right, go for it.
Well,
Still the same result.
Christ.
All right, Baby Boy.
All right. I'm going to see what happens. I'm going to cast this spell on this bitch here. She's not a bitch. She's just doing her job.
She's kind of an assassin a little bit. Fortitude save.
I'm just doing the one somatic. She needs a fortitude save.
23 succeeds.
Nothing happens. Cool. And then I'm going to get surrounded by my little. Well, I'm going to use my focus. I get surrounded by my little anomalies again. But I have some weird time effect from Jane. I'm going to flavor it this way at the very least. Not the quicken, but the future sight. And I'm going to instead of using my tentacles this time, I reach out my arm and I slash at the air in front of me, and I do a little tear through space time, and my claw marks rip, and it's like a high pitch, just like nails on a chalkboard, just ripping and tearing. And it just flies from me all the way to her. As I rip a hole into nothingness all the way to her, and I'm just gonna flavor that as a time space wormhole assault.
Hell yeah.
And I'm going to amp it, so it is going to be, she's flat-footed.
Excellent. Flat foot.
Do I need to add that, or can you?
Nope, I got it. Ooh, that is a hit. That is almost a crit.
You know what? I have a hero point. It's getting close to the end of the session. I'll burn a hero point, see if I can make it better. No, I won't. I won't do that. It's
All right.
Or should I?
You gotta
turn it
follow
into
your
a
heart.
Miss.
Yeah, you could turn it into a miss for sure.
It's
Alright.
This is Pathfinder. It's never a good idea to use a hero points to try to get a higher roll. You're gonna get a lower one.
All right. It should do. I don't think it does that automatically, but she would do an additional 2d4.
Yeah, roll the damage and see if it's built in.
It's not, so I'll just go ahead and add.
Yeah, you can just add it. Ooh! Alright, the bolt sinks in, nearly cleaves through the heart, kind of catches her on the shoulder, and she reels back a little bit. I believe that's 3 actions. Anything else?
Yeah, and then the space time just weaves itself back together.
Alright, excellent.
That's it.
Branch, you are slowed. Effectively, that means you only have 2 actions this turn.
And Clumsy is gone.
Clumsy is gone. Should have done that automatically. Let's see. Weird. I'll just manually add 1 if it affects anything.
Okay. No special things if for getting up. That's an entire action.
It's a full action, and it would trigger attacks of opportunity if they had them. But you guys have run past them and haven't seen them do it yet.
Alright. Fuck. I wanna get up. I'll get up. I'll use 1 action to get up, and 1 more action to tumble through Mithric.
Understood?
Get on the other side of him next to Fetch, I guess.
Alright.
And that's the end of the turn, I guess?
Yeah.
Tumble doesn't have any extra associated rolls or anything, right?
An acrobatics check.
Oh, alright. There.
Oh no. As this poison sinks in and you just feel your muscles beginning to turn off, what happens on a critical fail for a tumble?
Well, I do have another hero.
You do have another hero point.
I can use that one. Yeah.
If it affects your decision, there is no extra penalty for critically failing a tumble through.
Okay, I guess I won't. I won't do that.
All right. You're at least standing up now. I need you to give me another fortitude save as the poison tries to set in deeper.
What did I do? Why are you trying to kill me?
You take a moment and just kind of like spit and shake your head, and you feel the poison starting to fade off. You think that you are starting to feel better. The slowed effect goes away. Oh no, why are there 2 branches on my screen?
Oh.
Anybody else seeing 2 branches?
I
or
only
just-
have one branch.
It's
Weird.
just-
The stream also only has one branch.
Okay, that's good. All right, that brings us to fetch.
Let's do a snagging strike. Why not?
Oh.
Ooh!
Good on the old snagging strike.
Ooh! My goodness. Boy, yeah, that's enough. She's just unconscious. She drops. I assume you ran up before doing this. Oh, you already did. I was looking at the sketch. You're right.
Snagging strike. Can I do a piddly shift like that?
No piddly shifts, no. That does cost an action.
I'll just throw a boomerang at him then. Miss.
That is a miss. That'll bring us to sketch.
Oh, well. Now I can't bounce electricity. I guess I can. He's surrendered. That'd be weird.
It is a little weird to zap a surrendered young man. He's not a child. He was going to stab you. He tried to murder you.
Yeah.
I don't think he tried to murder me specifically. No, he came over here.
Well, he tried to murder Branch.
He tried to
Very
murder.
much tried to murder all of us.
Okay. I'll move and strike twice then. No fun.
21 is a hit, and 12 is a miss. I'm reloading Foundry because it was having those issues, but I'll apply the damage as soon as I get back in. 12 points of damage.
13 at the end of your turn. The echo of your weapon strikes it.
Ooh, nice.
Cool.
I'll be back in as soon as I can. I think that next up was Janaya, who's down, which brings us to Jane. If somebody can double check that for me.
That looks right to
We
me.
can't because they were hiding at the beginning
I'm
of
so
the session.
sorry.
Never mind. It's Dolska. Dolska's next.
Dolska is going to just start slowly dragging the body of his father off towards the side of the cave out of the way.
Then it's Jane's.
All right, Jane, go for it.
Terrific. Well, I don't have a ton to do here. I suppose just for good measure, I'll use my delayed free action thing to do a little bit of a reach spell so that I can just cast this spell. Actually, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to hit him with the old phase bolt. She raises a hand, a magic missile appears in her hand, and then it just appears in the future,
Cute.
smashing into a dude.
Hell yeah.
Let's see, I got to target somebody or something, huh?
It helped.
But that sounds cool whisking by my ear. Or though it just appears over here.
That's
So
a
it just
hit.
kind of appears in front of you. Damage.
12.
That's max
That's a
damage.
gross piercing bolt. 12 points of damage sinks in a spray of kind of this gray ichor that looks like blood, but without any color. Kind of falls off against the back wall.
With one hand, Jane raises her hand and summons this magic missile and shoots it into the future. And with her other hand, she pulls a fucking pistol.
Hell yeah, let's go.
Okay, so map. Does that apply if I just made a spell attack and now I'm making a weapon attack?
Correct. Any attack roll. Or specifically anything that has the attack trait, which is that little gray tag on your phase bolt.
I don't appreciate that in any way.
Yeah.
Just so you know.
Noted. I'll put it in my formal log of complaints. That is a miss.
Yeah, but what if I did it again with an even worse penalty?
That's probably going to be a miss, but we'll see. Still a miss.
Okay.
Alright. That'll bring us to Mithric. Oh, he's so close to dead. All you have to do is stab him and run. Let's go. Come on, Mithric. Don't fuck this up. Stab and run. Stab and run. Mithric! Are you kidding me?
He hasn't hit anything, has he?
This kind of thing will happen if it just gets good.
Yeah, if he was just half as good as he should be.
True.
Does he have any... Boy.
Does he still think he can win?
You know what? Fuck it. Fuck map. Let's do some AoE.
Oh.
He's going to turn over to... How big is this? That's pretty fun. Oh, that's pretty fun.
Oh.
Yeah, delightful. He's going to turn over to Sketch and kind of glance past you to Jane and Baby Boy. I just need a moment, please. And as he says please, there is a crash of noise. I need the three of you guys to give me fortitude saving throws.
I don't necessarily want to do that.
That's the one I'm bad at. Never mind.
Fort save, huh?
Success, success.
I'm
And
literally not
success.
scared.
Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to hit that again. My first one, please.
Those are all successes. None of them are critical successes, which means you all take half of... So each of you takes 4 points of sonic damage, and there is another loud noise, the gunshot, and then the sonic burst that kind of echo out from the cave. That is all three of his actions. That brings us to Baby Boy.
This is kind of silly because I can literally see the spell, but just for the sake of being Jane, I'll try to identify the spell I just cast.
Absolutely. Give me an Arcana check. Yeah, you recognize it as a sound burst.
Cool.
Basically just thunder damage and the possibility of deafening or stunning if you really fuck it up.
I'm sorry, where was the damage?
4 damage after you save.
I was trying to demoralize him as a torch. It wasn't working.
Understood. Oh yeah, that's right. You did not demoralize this guy yet.
Failure.
It's a failure.
Hold on a second. What are the penalties for me failing that? Because I mean, like, something else was going on today.
There are no penalties except that you can't try again on that target.
You know what? I want to be scary. It's like my whole thing. So, like, I'll burn a hero point for it.
All right, noted.
There we go. That's much better.
That
Critical
is
success.
much better. That is Frighten
Wow.
2.
As his explosion happens on me, like, it knocks off my temp health points. I lose, like, 1 point. It barely phases me. This, like, shootable look.
Oh
And-
boy.
And then... I guess I'll attack him. You know. So I, like, open my little wormholes, thrust my little tentacles in there, give him a little tickle.
You
Hate that
chose
image.
this as
Give me a little tickle.
That's a hit.
Yep.
This one is
Open
not
his
amped up, so
wormhole.
it's just
Understood.
up in his wormhole. You know what I mean?
Christ.
No. But don't elaborate.
10 points of damage. He is starting to look bloodied. Alright, anything else? I believe that's 3. Which brings us to Brant.
All right.
You're totally back to normal now.
Okay.
You're still
not
big,
even
though.
Large anymore? Oh,
No, you're large for 5 minutes.
hell yeah. Okay.
Are huge.
Just broken, bloodied, and all around feeling like shit. Branch is gonna go for 3 separate whip attacks. Fuck it. Actually, 1 attack to do like one. Wrap the fucking whip around my leg for panache. Then go in for like a flying kick and one more punch with the whip. Yeah, that's why do I keep closing this out? So roll pro acrobatics and then.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Go for twice with this.
Oh my god, almost another one. That is a crit. You are not deactivated.
It is a crit because he doesn't have clumsy.
And your clumsy's gone, yeah. I did read it. It doesn't say anywhere that clumsy only lasts for the first round.
If you click on clumsy, it says that clumsy lasts 1 round.
Normally, the duration of the spell says that you're always clumsy 1 while you are enlarged. Yeah.
I mean, okay.
But either way, that is still a crit because you did activate your penance chain. So that is a crit on the first one and a hit on the second one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Ooh!
And the normal damage.
And then the normal damage. That does it. With that, everyone is down except for Dalt, who is kind of pulled over to the side. Petra has stabilized and is just like woozy looking around, bleeding out of the corner of his mouth. Not in fighting shape at all. Effectively, the fight is over unless you guys want to continue doing things.
Can everyone just stop for a fucking second?
Dulcika kind of looks at you back and forth. He's frantic. He's shaking. Just go, please. Just go. Just go. He didn't mean it. It's...
Would he have meant it if he killed Branch? Or would he still not have, in that scenario, still not have meant it?
You weren't supposed to be part of this. It's just him. He killed him. He killed my mom.
Branch, is that true?
I haven't seen these guys before in my life. At least him. His dad was a stagecoach driver. I can tell you I've killed no one. But I don't think that's going to happen to this.
Can I decide that?
Do I believe Branch?
Sure, give me a perception check.
I can smell lies.
I'll spend a hero point.
Sure, go for it. Everybody can have a hero point. We are deep into the session. We're coming up towards the end.
The big sitting sprite. Our myth. I'm assuming the last hit like knocked out Mythwick or something.
Yeah, they are knocked out unless people, or at least being left to death saves unless people want to go stabilize them.
Got your mud?
With all of those perception checks, all of you essentially get the truth. Branch, I'm going to let you kind of explain what they get with the understanding that you need to tell the truth here. You can kind of present it however you want and let them know what they pick up on as you kind of retort.
You definitely hear he hasn't murdered anyone, and this is true. It's absolutely true in his mind. But he definitely like stutters a bit saying it, because there's a lot of other people that definitely don't think that's true. And what he thinks doesn't matter. And after he says that, he's just gonna wander to the side of this cave, or like slowly limp because I'm all fucked up to the side of the cave. Slide down it and let some like blood coat it. Light up a cigarette and just kind of vibe for a moment.
He's a thief. He robbed us a long time ago. The money we lost, we were gonna go somewhere safe. The monsters came. You didn't put the dagger in her, but you may as well have.
Want to take the other arm then?
That arm's not good enough. Fuck your justice.
You and me both, pal. Hey, why not toss him over a cig? And I'll just like throw one over at him.
He stamps it out. He just stamps it and kind of rubs his foot over it until it's smeared.
No olive branches today, huh? You know we can't let you go, right?
Come on.
Is that right?
They hired fucking assassins for me. What if they learn where we're where we're staying?
That's your business, not mine. And I will walk out of the cave.
Understood.
Baby boy will look at you. You say you're no murderer. I guess now you have a chance to prove it. And then I'll also walk out of the cave.
Not my business.
Your actions affect more than just you.
I will leave my torch though, so that he can see.
It'd be really fun if you left them all.
And I'll pull out another torch because I have so many torches.
Sidro Branch with you just left in the room with Daltska. Petra kind of coughs a little bit. Looks up and looks around. Shit. I can't even have justice when I tried to make it for myself. Huh?
Oh, you're still alive.
You got very big.
Just a little bit of magic on my side. Although you had some, right?
They did. I thought it might be enough. When I saw you, I couldn't be sure until you... At the campfire, I noticed it. You have changed a lot in 7 years.
I don't even remember you.
Oof.
And those two? Are they really just mercenaries? Seem rather dedicated to the cause.
Just mercenaries. I told them, I kill you, I go. If I don't make it out, they can take what they want. I suspect that they would have killed me as soon as you were done, and I would have died happy.
You dedicated the rest of your life to this shit?
No, when you took my livelihood from me, I went home, and I tried to earn it all back, but it was not fast enough. The monsters came, and we were not ready. And then I have just been drifting. Fate brought you to me, and I thought maybe it was my chance to finally make my peace. You would have done the same.
I clenched my teeth as hard as possible and give him a big non-lethal kick in the stomach.
Yeah, he kicks up some blood, or he coughs up some blood. Wait, just don't hurt my boy. I made him do it.
What are the directions to town?
You guys are about a mile south of town. Or sorry, not a mile, about a day's travel south of town.
Okay. I'll have one day to get back. Keep you here during the night, so the monsters don't get you, but we're taking whatever's in your caravan. And I suggest you find a way to deal with these two. And I'm going to drop manacles and rope so that they I'll leave you to figure out what to do with these.
He looks at you confused, but he nods.
And I look back at the two mercenaries that he said he was going to use that were going to kill him afterwards, right?
He suspects that they would have killed you and then killed him so that they could take all the loot. That's just what he guessed would have happened.
Okay. I don't know about you. I'd detain them. But like I said, I'm no murderer.
He looks down at the manacles and back and forth between them and you. I can go. You're just going to walk away.
You're already pathetic, hate-filled shell. Blames your own shortcomings on all the people around you. I don't think killing you would change that. And I'll walk out.
All right. I don't know if the rest of you guys have moved back to camp at this point or are waiting outside.
I'm waiting like right in the doorway.
All
Just kind of trying to listen if I could.
Yeah.
I'm assuming they weren't being quiet.
There were a couple of whispers in there that were probably a little bit hushed. I assume that your real whispers were actually whispered, Branch. But you heard the overall tone of the conversation, and you can hear that the two of them are still alive in there.
Would a round of applause be in bad taste?
If you start,
Branch isn't going to acknowledge any of you as he walks out of the cave and just walks back to camp.
Please.
And that'll be that.
All right. The rest of you guys just follow?
Boy, I want to go in and take those mercenaries' guns and mine. I'm not going to. Mostly because Jane would be worried about getting hurt in that situation, not because of a sense of ethics.
Legit. How funny would it be if one of you guys went back and killed all of them?
I feel like if it's going to be anyone, it's going to be Jane in a twist, or Fetch, maybe Sketch. But I feel like Jane would be like the most like cold-blooded. Not cold-blooded. Coolant.
Cold
Filled?
coolanted.
Cold-coolanted.
Refrigeranted.
Yeah.
She's refrigerated.
All right.
Clemson. Fuck. Jane brings up a good point, but I didn't think it in game, so I guess it didn't happen.
She'll get it for you.
Sketch probably fucks around in the trees for a little bit before heading back. Just, I don't know, thinking.
Baby boy keeps pace with you, which is probably surprising, seeing as how you're bigger than him.
How long does that last, by the way? That's 10 minutes?
5 minutes.
5 minutes, okay, got it. It's probably about
I can
30
dismiss
seconds
it.
into the walk where they start to drop.
Can I get a read on Branch's emotional state? Like, is he like crying, brooding?
Do you want an insight?
Yes.
I'll let you guys just kind of handle this between yourselves, however you
All
want,
right.
Branch.
Yeah.
I'm going to put my hero point on it. Yes.
Unlike you, Branch is really cold when you first started traveling together in Inma, right? And then he saw that you were kind of a fucking weirdo goofball. and actually started laughing at some of the shit you did and were saying, because overall you're a strange man, baby boy, and I don't see a lot of strange men, especially ones as likable as you. But in this moment, right now, if you brought up anything that would have happened in the cave, anything that he told you earlier, and anything to like try and like be like, it's okay, you're not a murderer, he would instinctually, you get the feeling he would instinctually react with violence.
Right, like comforting talk is not what helps him right now. Or at least not platitude.
Okay, I'll just hold up a torch so you can light your cigarette from it then.
Oh.
Which is probably not safe at all.
I catch on fire. No, yeah.
So just like
that's
just like hang near, not too close, but not too far. Maybe like 2 feet away or so. Just kind of that way you're just like have a presence near you.
yeah. You're a strange man.
And see, the thing is, depending on where you put that comma,
Yeah,
you're a
the comma
strange
matters
man,
a lot.
baby boy.
and he's a little annoyed by you holding the torch in his face, but whatever.
Like, yeah.
He takes a cigarette and puffs it, and walks back to camp, limps back to camp, fucking bloodied as shit.
Fetch and Sketch, do you guys come up behind?
Yeah,
Yeah, I think so. I mean,
give him a distance because I don't want to be too close to him.
Right.
But
it's a shame to waste a bunch of perfectly good sacrifices, but I understand that that's not tactful at the moment.
there's no place to do it. Like, we don't even have the plan.
Yeah, you're right. You're
like,
right.
Gotta find a volcano. Where's somebody gonna find a volcano around here?
Well,
just
you know,
pop up
or
when you
a
need one.
T-Rex den, or
Jane, hand raise, what's up?
I sort of bring up the rear as we're leaving, and Jane sort of slows, hesitates, and then just fuck it, and I'll be right back. She turns and heads back towards the cave.
Sure. Inside, you find basically the same scene, except the two that are still up and going are just like stunned. There's tears streaming down their face, and it looks like both of the mercenaries have bled out.
Yep, she doesn't stop to even look at them or like acknowledge them.
Fucking cold.
She'll walk over to these mercenaries, though, remembering that they cast spells and have some sort of magical knowledge.
Yep.
And look through them. If she finds money, she'll probably take it, but I'm mostly looking... It's not what I'm looking for. What I'm looking for is spell scrolls, spell books, any indication of how they did their magic and what they've got.
Let me drop some loot for you. You do find that they do have money. You find that Mithric has some poison on him. They both have the Acklys, which are maybe worth something, although they're big and unwieldy. You'd have to carry them both back, which you definitely can do. It's just you can't stash it in a pocket or whatever. You don't find not even like spellcasting components, let alone scrolls or anything like that, which you assume, being a seasoned arcanist, they probably have innate magic of some sort.
Understood. She'll pilfering through their pockets and stuff, and seeing the poison and the money and the this looks empty to me. Are you about to put stuff
Yeah,
in?
I'm dropping stuff in.
Okay, no worries. But not finding any hint of magic on them. Just under her own breath, just says, shit. So weapons and equipment. She picks up one of the coin purses and just holds it up and gestures over towards Petra. So this is what you paid them?
It is in there. They had their own money, I'm sure, but yeah, it will be in there.
All right. She'll kind of gather all this stuff. How much is it going to cost you to get home?
A day of walking and a lot of luck.
All right then. She'll walk out with the gold and the weapons and the. I don't know if she even bothers with. Yeah, I mean, she'll grab them. She'll whatever she can carry. She's not going to sit here and loot everything from them, but the money and the poison and she'll probably just leave the weapons and bolts and rope behind.
Understood. You should be able to drag anything you want onto your inventory, and the rest will stay behind.
Unless any of this looks like weapons.
Carrying anything, the twins probably stay nearby so you don't get got in the cave by yourself.
Yeah, you do notice they're waiting at the mouth.
Appreciate. And I'm gonna let's see here, 9 gold, 4 silver, 13 copper. I'm gonna grab this for now, but remember, hold on, I'll take a screenshot of it.
Yeah.
I'm not keeping all this for myself.
If the eventual plan is to throw it in party loot, I can just throw it in party loot.
I'll just split it between the 4 of us or whatever, but
Perfect. Oh, I can do that too.
for now, I'll just drag it over here.
Cool.
You mean 3?
All right, cool. After that, she'll just walk out.
All right. Sketch and Fetch, you see the chain emerges. She's got a couple of things she picked up off of the bodies, and that's pretty much it.
She doesn't ask help for carrying. He'll just wait until she's, reasonable following distance without making it weird.
What's worse, when she steps out, she says there was some weapons and rope and stuff, adventuring gear. If any of that interests any of you, but I got the valuables.
I knew exactly what you were doing when you went back into the cave. Smart. In-trail divination. What did you learn?
I feel like maybe I should have learned something from this, but I'm not so sure I did.
Well, you don't look very bloody. You must not have done it right.
It's more for you if you want them. They're dead now, the mercenaries, so there's no saving them. And she'll start walking back to camp.
All right.
My heart weeps.
As you guys make your way back to camp, it's still quiet. This was there are a couple of people who definitely heard the distant gunfire and the thunderburst, including Zikuma, who sees Branch and Baby Boy return first. Says, "Is everything all right?"
I look like shit, right?
Yeah, you look like shit.
Everything's fine. Off to their caravan.
Yeah, he seems content to just let you walk past. He does not fuck with that. Jane, Fetch, and Sketch are the next to arrive, and he says,
I'll probably hang back as as a Branch walks away.
Understood. Are you guys okay? What happened?
Oh, we got did a trap. Someone revenge.
Ambush.
Ambush. Them.
Aye.
Yeah, and a poor one.
Aye. Very obvious. My son has to go pee and he's lost.
Are they? I mean, you guys are all here, so I take it we just move on without them now.
Aye.
Right.
Back
They will not be coming back.
I'm glad you guys are okay.
Me too. Wasn't expecting that.
Let that be an example for anyone else in this camp who wants to kill. No, never mind.
Do you? You can if you want. Okay.
No, I'm still trying to hook up with that dude's sister, so.
You gotta take it easy on the death threats. Alright, they are relieved to see that you guys are okay, especially when they hear that there was danger. And when you get back into the tent, they're like, "Are you sure you're okay? Do you need any medicine? Is everything fine?" Said Fetch and Sketch.
Who's asking?
This would be Kyra.
Oh, I'll be fine. Nothing a little sleep won't fix. Thank you, though.
Did you knew them?
The lizard folk we were traveling with had a history.
I see.
Yeah.
Caught up with that. Well, I'm glad you got out of it in one piece. You look good.
Yep. I hope that's the last thing we're caught up in. Because of him.
Hopefully. Meanwhile, back over here, you guys find their cart. Empty.
Empty.
Empty. Still locked, but empty.
Saying nothing, I'm just gonna pick up a stone and start bashing some locks to open like whatever door lets you inside.
Sure. Go ahead and give me... I guess it would just be an athletics check to force it open. You find that the lock is quite sturdy. If you want to just go for a window, that is certainly an option.
Yeah. If there's a window nearby, I'll just break and open with a rock after like struggling angrily with it, block for a bit. But yeah.
All right, you go for the window and you smack the rock into it, and there's a boom, boom, boom. Baby boy, immediately you can tell that the entire carriage has an abjuration field around it.
Oh, I'm very interested in this. This got interesting.
How irresponsible would it be to start shooting locks here? Probably.
I assume that the abjuration would probably also protect the lock.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Fucking piece of shit! Asshole cart! And he just like starts screaming every expletive he's ever learned at this cart while like trying to kick it open.
Yes.
From by the fire, Jane says I can fix that in the morning. Maybe kicking it ain't gonna do any good.
You know everything, don't you?
She shrugs and heads into her tent.
Lush, what you got?
I'm gonna go back to the backside of this carriage where probably no one can see me that well.
Uh-huh.
And I'm gonna pull out the little book we talked about.
Okay.
And I'm going to see if I can identify this barrier.
Sure. Give me a lore check.
You want to go ahead and add this one circumstance to this?
Yeah.
Since it's not built in.
Yep. What you find is a primitive but effective arcane lock. With a 15, let me double check the DC on this. With a 15, you begin to trace pathways and try to find the source of what is keeping this running. And you find that it leads into the keyhole, as you might expect. There is certainly a key that can be used to open this. But also, it seems to be powered by a mechanism on the underbody of this carriage. In theory, if you were to get down there and just rip the right piece out, it would all deactivate.
Can I try that?
Sure, absolutely. It's just a matter of time. There's no check involved with it. You go down there. I guess give me athletics. Don't nat one an athletics check to rip a part out.
No. I'm not good. Can I use magic somehow?
Do you have magic for it? You tell me.
I can smack it with magic.
If you want. It'll be a little loud because you're casting a spell, but you guys have made some noise already.
No, I'll try to be sneaky.
Pretty close, but you are able to, with a little more effort than it probably should have taken, rip out this thin kind of copper tubing, and inside a bunch of like shimmering dust falls out. And although it's not visible, it's an invisible field, you can feel that the field has dropped around it, and now it is just a normal padlock and normal glass that could be easily smashed through.
Where's Branch? I don't know how long did this take, I guess.
like a minute. Well, it's probably like 4 or 5 minutes.
Wrench, I got it.
What?
And I'll just like elbow the window and shatter it. And I just like climb inside.
All right, once you get inside, you find that the cart is mostly empty. Not even like cushions on the benches, not even like pillows for the headrest. It is bare, stripped, empty stagecoach with one thing in the middle of it that is covered by a tarp. This thing is about the size and shape of some sort of like animal if it was resting on its side. But like upright. Like you can see a mound at the front of it where its head would be. Perfectly still, motionless, like maybe a statue of an animal or something.
Wrench, get in here.
What? You got it? Great. Have fun.
Okay. I guess I'll just go explore by myself then. I'll cautiously go over and try to pull off the sheet.
When you cautiously begin to lift the sheet up, you see a glint of metal. And you see what appears to be like a paw, like a mechanical paw.
Do I know anything about robotics?
I highly doubt it, but you can give me a crafting check or maybe an arcana check. Much harder. No. You have no idea what this is. You can tell it's mechanical, and that's about it.
If only there was a robot around. I'm just kidding, guys. I'm just Jane.
Just
Yeah,
plain Jane.
Just plain
I mean,
Jane.
honestly,
Girl
like,
Jane.
it's been like a minute. I guess you just like went to your bed, right?
Yeah, she
I'll
came
go-
back and I mean, it's the middle of the night. She was woken up. She's went straight back to bed.
You hear whispers.
If you're wandering over to baby boy's, to Jane's tent, baby boy, French will stop you and just be like, just leave the bitch alone. It's too late for any of this shit. Just go to bed.
No.
Bless your soul, baby boy.
Oh, baby boy.
Then I don't. Is it ruder to knock or ruder to just invade your mind with? I'll just whisper, Jane. Jane. There's something weird in the cart.
All right. She'll get herself up out of her sleeping bag again.
You guys are getting no sleep tonight.
That's the plan.
It seems like it's going well for Sketch.
I'll climb back in the window.
Jane, inside you see what has been described. There is something under a tarp, and just poking out from the front of it where he's lifted the tarp is what appears to be a mechanical paw. Jane, give me your choice of society, crafting, or arcana. And I'll let this ride as you guys unveil more if necessary. Noted. 25 is very good. And you're from Wex's house. You've seen this paw plenty of times, although it's typically in brass, and this appears to be something else, something lighter, something shinier. You see the front left paw of an Emmerich Warhound pointing out from under this tarp.
Is it magical? Does it have a magic on it with detect magic?
Yes, absolutely. Which you would know, kind of unusual for Emmerich Warhounds. Their whole thing is it's purely mechanical, no magic.
I'll take a moment here to cast Read Aura on the target object and figure out what the fuck's going on with it. I think I just learned at School of Magic. I keep forgetting that's not how the spell works. The other thing that I will do is identify magic on it, because I have quick identify.
For sure. Go and give me Arcana on the backs of Read Aura. With Read Aura, you get a little transmutation, a little divination, a little evocation, mostly transmutation.
Can I second the identify?
Absolutely.
Or is that like a wizard thing?
No, anybody can identify magic. You would just use occultism instead of Arcana.
Oh, perfection.
Yours will also take like 10 minutes.
Yeah, hers is
Quick
much
identify.
faster. Yep.
Oh,
I'm going to do a little
unless she
cheeky.
finishes it for me. I'm not very good at it anyways. I'm like, I don't know what this is.
Yeah.
It's not made
Before
of flesh, so like, how can you make it?
before I start looking into it more carefully, I'm going to do this nonsense again. Oh wait, no, I can't do that. That only lasts for one round. Disregard.
Gotcha.
Arcana check. It's too many abilities.
So many
It's
abilities.
a level 3 wizard.
Hope you're ready for all of them to change when we switch to the remaster. That is quite good. With the 27, what you identify, and in fact 27 is incredibly high. Even just kind of studying what is visible, you see some glyphs and runes, arcane magic, on the paw of this creature. The creature is certainly based on a Nimric Warhound, at least judging by its foot.
For what it's worth, to interrupt slightly, if I don't immediately detect that there's like abjuration on this cloth or some mechanism that's going to explode if I remove the tarp, I will just remove the tarp to look at the thing.
Excellent. Then you remove the tarp to look at the thing, and you see this. No, why is this token not right? Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second.
It's just a little guy.
Give me a second. Ugh. Oh, Founder, you can do it. I believe in you.
I hope it's a deactivated Jane. That would be the best.
That would be the best, wouldn't it?
Great. Jane will have to go insane again.
Here we
Are
go
these the
again.
same? Are these the things from the mini campaign?
They are.
You say
Slightly
I
new marble.
recognize it. Pip knows it. Oh god, I ran away from one of these in a forest once!
What you see looks the same, but it is of a shinier, kind of silvery material, and it is covered in runes. It appears to be, after you do your identification, an Nimric Warhound chassis that has been augmented with arcane magic. Very bizarre and advanced arcane magic, which you... There are many components even with the 27 that you do not understand, but you recognize patterns. You recognize the basic overall structure of the thing. The magic that is etched onto these metal plates is not terribly unlike what is used in your arm when it was injured.
Understood.
And as you finish taking a minute or so to study this thing, it turns and it looks, hello.
Is it speaking Imric?
It is speaking... woo-ha.
Perfect. So it says
So it
howdy.
says, howdy. Howdy.
Thank you.
New party pet?
Okay. Alright. I will carefully look around this thing for the Tesseract logo.
Give me a perception check. I'll give you a bonus because you're looking for a very specific thing.
And this time I will do this. Take a brief glance at my attempts to find it.
While she's doing that, can I look for occult symbols?
Absolutely. You can give me an occultism check.
Alright, I'll actually just roll it then.
You mean like I'd be like, could I? Like,
Oh!
Yeah.
I got to tell you, this DC was very difficult. You take a long time to study this thing, and what is immediately apparent to you is whoever did this intentionally left as few traces of identification as possible. This was somebody's secret project for sure. Even to the point where they obfuscate code that doesn't need to be obfuscated. There are parts here that don't need to be messed up that are messed up for the sake of making sure that this is not traced back to whoever made it. Baby boy, no signs of occult activity. As you're looking, the creature looks to you and says, "Can I help you?"
I'm not sure just yet. What are you?
I do not know.
How did you get here?
I do not know.
Do you have a name?
I do not know, but I suspect that it may be Drifter. That is what they called me.
Alright, Drifter. If I needed your help, what sort of help could you provide?
Oh, I do not know, but I can see that you are inspecting me. If you would like, I can open hatches.
Yeah, just show me everything you can show me safely.
As several hatches begin to open on the side of this creature. Very small is not a Tesseract logo, because they wouldn't do that. But there is suspended between a tiny little kind of plier-shaped piece of metal a little blue crystal that is carved into a dodecahedron pattern that you know for sure is a Tesseract invention. It is patented, it is protected, it is highly valuable. It was either their work or somebody very powerful stole it from Tesseract. This is built on Tesseract technology.
Okay. She'll study that for a moment. Say, do you know what your function is? What were you made to do?
I do not know, but I know that I did not do it. Or at least I did not do it adequately.
And just real quick, meta here, I'm assuming that a fucking AI intelligence talking dog robot is like way the fuck outside of the realm of anything I've ever seen before.
You've certainly seen golems made with because there's magic involved here, this is not too terribly crazy to you. You would know that the Emmerichs do have actual like automatons that run around and follow orders and shoot guns, but even they often have a difficult time speaking, especially like fluently, and they, they're a little stupid. They're programmed, they're calculators essentially. This thing is speaking fluently. It almost reminds you more of like a golem than an automaton.
Okay. All right. Do you know who made you? You said you don't know what your purpose is, but you know you haven't fulfilled it.
I feel that I should know. I remember pieces of conversations, but I do not know. I suspect that what I know has been tampered with.
Boy, I'm not a artificer. I'm just an arcanist here. But do I see any evidence of tampering or weirdness in here when I go digging?
With your really good perception check and your really good arcana check, there are no like lingering signs of it. It's not like somebody ripped wires out or anything. So if they did it by the book, is all you can really determine.
Okay. Do you know how you... I can't remember if I already asked this. Do you know how you got here?
I do not know.
Okay. Do you know who Petra last name is?
I do not know. I apologize. I understand that your queries are many, and I have not been helpful.
No, it's all right. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of what you are and how you got here, and what. If someone has tampered with you, I might not have the ability to find out who or why, but if you stay with me, I could try to figure it out.
In the absence of other directives, I see no reason not to comply. And it stands up.
Really quick, and this may be beyond the ability of my read aura / arcana checks. Is there any chance this thing is like live streaming this information back to Tesseract?
Really good perception check, really good arcana checks. Oh boy, your arcana check was a 27.
And for what's with read aura, I think like tells me the properties and the identify magic spell that I did, or the identify magic that I did.
Notably absent from the schools of magic on this thing is divination, which seems to reassure you that this thing is probably not hooked up to anything. It's not phoning home.
Okay, good to know. And I think you described this earlier, but there's no like bill of sale in here, or papers, or any sort of record, or any of this.
Correct. Yep.
Gene, what's the TLDR?
What'd you say?
What's the TLDR? I can't understand what you're saying.
I'm sorry, I'm
I
still
don't-
not kidding.
I don't know if Zeke I don't know if you know TLDR.
Oh, I know TLDR. I just
Okay,
couldn't tell that's what he was saying.
I said TLDR, but I slurred it all together.
It just made it sound like you were saying a weird word.
Yeah.
It was
I
the
know.
first time you said it.
It's like earlier when I was like Patrick, and you were just like, I don't know who that is. It's like, no.
I'll explain later. Come with me. Both of you. And she looks at Drifter and Baby Boy.
Of course.
And she almost jogs back towards the cave.
Oh, you go all the way back to the cave. Okay,
Yes, absolutely.
that makes sense.
We gotta find out where he was taking it.
I need you to roll a perception check as you go by the 10.
No,
Wait.
thank you.
The
I
fuck
don't-
is that?
We got a puppy! Branch, we got a puppy.
Howdy.
I will, yeah. As Brett was going to say, this was the package. I'll explain later. I got some questions for your friend.
All right.
You're welcome to join us if you want.
I'll wait outside.
You
I love
guys.
Drifter so much that I know how to explain.
You know, Pat, we don't need popcorn.
Fuck
Oh,
you.
wow.
We got Robot Dog
Friendship
now.
with popcorn ended.
French popcorn over. Jane leading the way.
Did Dad
steps-
die?
He was stabilized, right?
Yeah, he's stabilized.
Why is there a skull on him?
I'm lazy. Leave me alone.
You were lazy, so you murdered him?
As Jane steps into the cave with her right hand or left hand, she points back at Drifter, and with her right hand, she pulls her gun from her holster and points it at Petra.
Whoa.
And says, "What the hell is this? Where did you get it? I need you to tell me everything, and I need you to tell me now."
Give me an intimidation check. It's pretty easy. You guys have done a thorough job on this man.
Can I help?
It's good
by
because
being
I'm
intimidating?
not good at this.
Absolutely, you can.
I think you get a +1. Is that how that works?
Correct.
Brings me to a 10.
Whoa, I don't know. I was delivering and I was told not to look at it. What? Ugh.
Delivering it for who?
A woman in a cloak with green skin. She gave me a lot of money and told me not to ask questions.
Susanna Bowers.
Fuck if I know.
Does that sound like her appearance?
It does sound like her appearance, yeah.
Where
Where
and
did-
when?
It was a month ago, maybe. I was west in Liberty. I was just trying to make money, and for some reason she came straight to me.
Where were you told to take it?
I am supposed to take it to Unma. There is an address. All that is all that I have.
What
She
address did you
she
pick
gets
up
out
from?
she gets it out a piece of paper.
He,
Go ahead.
he writes down the address. Let me grab that for you.
And where did you pick it up from?
He just said Liberty.
No, but more specifically, where in Liberty?
Oh, it was an alley near the outskirts of town. She just walked up to me. I was about to get a drink.
And she was alone?
No, she had a couple of men with her. They carried the box.
Do I believe his story?
Give me a perception check. This man seems to be thoroughly terrified, thoroughly broken, and doesn't really stand to gain anything by lying to you at this point. You get the sense that he is spilling it because you have a gun at his face.
Understood. She'll take the address. Does the name Tesseract Arcanovations mean anything to you?
I've heard of it. They made some of the things in my cart. They made the locks. They're a big company. They make all sorts of things.
But you didn't. You haven't worked with them before.
Not knowingly, was this... I mean, I'm looking at it. I must have.
She kind of hesitantly, cautiously, but lowers the gun to her side. I'm gonna have to keep this. I was hoping to let you go about your life, and you still can, but this, and she points back at Drifter, this belongs to me now.
Howdy. Oh, okay. I was... yes, I go. It's not mine.
Can I do a read on Jane? Like, does it seem like these guys losing this is going to cost them their lives?
You're trying to
Like,
read this on
is this-
Jane?
Does this seem like this is a dangerous, like, black market thing? Like, obviously, like, Jane is, like, coming in with a gun, which is very un-Jane, and being like...
Oh yeah,
"Where's
this is
you
wild
guys?
Jane
Where's you
behavior.
going?" These people have already had their lives turned upside down from having something stolen from them. Is this going to ruin their lives again?
Jane does a bad job of even hiding this fact. She comes in with the gun drawn in a way that you've only seen her basically come after like an obvious enemy in a fight, like expecting that perhaps these people are not who they say they are. They've already obviously proven to be liars and manipulators. And I think on the 15, you see the look on her face change from one of anger to, as she lowers the gun and realizes that this really is just like an unwitting courier, a look of pity, a look of like, she doesn't know for sure that they're going to lose their lives for losing this package, but she certainly thinks they will. But nonetheless, resolve. This is hers now.
The people who've lost this may not take kindly to you using this.
More enemies. Great.
I'm trying to think if I have other questions for this guy, but I don't think so. Was there, it was just the address, huh? No name or anything?
Just the address. She
That all
said,
tracks with what happened with the VG box too, I suppose.
yeah, very similar to what Kaz did.
Okay. I suspect I didn't find any big box of platinum bars in your wagon, nor did I find it in here, so I think you'll be just fine. And she'll turn to walk out.
I want to.
She, boy, she stops for a second. Oh, Jesus Christ. Really trying to separate my Jane and my Zeke here for a second.
Yep.
Kill Branch.
I'm saying
Do
you
it.
gotta
No,
commit
murder.
not,
I think
not
kill these
Branch.
guys.
I'm talking
they
about
know.
these loose fucking ends that are going to go wrong.
Oh my god.
I'm dead.
I know
fucking
you're dead serious. I understood when you said you're trying to separate your Zeke from your Branch. What you meant is you're trying to decide if Jane kills them.
Yes, correct.
Oh, you should cut to black. And nobody knows.
I would, but Baby Boy and Sidra or Branch are right here. I keep calling Branch
Well,
Sidra.
yeah, they'd have to.
I think it's because his token says Sidro.
Oh, it's because his mouse is over it.
Scandalous.
What does... Boy, I guess I don't know what this poison does that I got from them.
Yeah, I mean, you saw Branch got hit with it. He was lethargic for a couple of seconds.
Going off of the check that Jane Odie made, is it obvious that she's thinking this?
Also,
That she is going to actively try to hide. Hold on. She's not good at it, so this should probably go fine.
I guess
Yeah, I'm
I
not
see
very good
him
at perception.
holding the gun towards them, and
Oh yeah, that's a terrible check. Yeah, she says she starts to walk out, and she physically stops in the... Like, she, after having this conversation, she turns and quickens her pace to, like, hurry out of this cave, and the footfalls slow to a steady, slow walk before slowing substantially, and she's just standing there now.
For what it's
You
worth,
see-
Baby Boy, to inform what you do. As that happens, Drifter's eyes kind of blink to a brighter state, and his head lowers, looking at Jane.
Like it
He-
wants to hurt Jane?
Hard to say, but it seems to understand that Jane's attitude has shifted.
She, like... The gun is kind of like shaking in her hands.
I'll roll a perception. See if
I attacked.
What do you attack?
The old man.
Roll initiative, please.
Oh boy.
Oh, I guess that was if I make an encounter.
do I notice a shift in mood or anything, or?
Absolutely. She rolled terrible on her deception check. It's very clear that some things are about to go down.
Also, I kind of jumped the gun. I already kind of rolled my attack. Can that hold over?
So I do want to do my chrono skimmer thing here.
Yeah, go for it.
Which I don't know if I could just like change my initiative. It'd be
I can change it for you if you need.
okay. Let me see how the fuck this works. It should be 18.
All right. Before you fire your actions, which you certainly can do, but because we're in initiative, I'm going to take a moment to explain everybody's reactions as guns are drawn and spells are cast and things are pointed. Petra just calls out, "Not my son." That's it. That's all he does. "Not my son." Dulska screams. Drifter begins to lunge towards Baby Boy as Baby Boy begins to aim a spell towards Petra. And Baby Boy and Branch, you guys are up first. You can do as you like. Baby Boy and Branch, if it matters, actually go and do it. Let's get some rollies to see which of the two of you goes first.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't realize you were the same one.
Rollies? Yeah, just a d20.
Yeah, where's your monster goes first rule now, Track?
Well, the rule is that the players decide, and I know what that means. It means rollies.
Rollies.
Baby Boy, you are up first. What do you do?
I kind of already rolled my attack.
All right.
It was a. Oh, what's going on? I don't know what just happened. That was an accident. I don't know if you want to count it. I kind of just like rolled at the moment I said I wanted it to attack.
Yeah, it was a hit for sure. Yeah.
26, yeah.
In fact, he's like slumped against a wall. That's a crit. Yeah, he drops back down to dying. He is unconscious.
This dog's trying to attack me?
Certainly seems like.
Is there a dodge action? I forget.
There is not. If you have a shield, you can raise it. Otherwise, your best bet is to just, like, run from it.
So just move out of the way. That's me.
All right, Branch, what do you do?
You're making it very obvious you're trying to kill these folks, Jane.
Jane.
No. Or
Jane was like, it was a bad deception check. Jane was very much like slowed in the doorway and like
Thinking about it.
And clearly was like struggling with the decision. But I don't think it's obvious from her body language or anything that she was going to act. She turns around like very surprised when Baby Boy springs into attack mode.
Yeah. The impression I got is Baby Boy saw Jane having this dilemma and was like, fuck it, I'll shoot, and has shot.
I'm gonna look at one action to try to like put the hand on Jane's shoulder and be like, don't. And then I see that Baby Boy did it. And I run towards him and tackle him. preferably to the ground or something.
Yeah. One action move. Second action would be like a shove prone. And then third action to like dogpile and grapple, I guess. So give me 2 athletics checks, one with a -5.
Hi. Do I need to make something contested, or is he contesting?
I believe it is against your fort DC. I'm double checking. Oh, I think those both fail, actually.
What the hell, you fucking monster?
They do both fail, but Branch comes over you and does his best to stop you. But all of the attempts fail so far. Jane, what do you do?
She turns kind of slowly to face the inside of this cave where Branch is like trying to tackle Baby Boy to the ground. And Daltska is presumably about to try to stabilize his father.
Yep.
She's shaking. Slowly, like, starts to raise her gun in the direction of Daltska. And is just, like, kind of tears forming in the corner of her eyes. And just, this doesn't happen. None of this happens. This doesn't happen. And is pacing towards Daltska. You have to understand that this isn't going to happen. Branch, make me a diplomacy check. If you'd be so kind.
My charisma,
Or intimidation.
Wait, which one's better? Hold on. Okay, they're the same, but I'm going to use a hero point and just roll intimidation now because
Understood.
you're actively trying to do it. Well, no hero points. Branch, he gives you a fucking dead-eyed, like a deadpan, like, you can't fucking be serious. You're the one who's going to kill them. You of all people.
It's so
Her
intense.
hand is trembling. The gun looks like it could almost fall out of her hand. There's tears in the corner of her eyes.
I hope swashbucklers have reactions. They have reaction. Hold on. Not at the moment, no. Okay.
She says, I'm sorry, but you have to understand that this doesn't happen.
What do you mean?
It's like a dream. She closes her eyes, not all the way, but takes a deep breath. Points the gun down at Petra and fires it at him. Intent being to
Understood.
essentially finish him
To
so he
execute.
is not stabilizable.
Yep, understood. Give me an attack roll. I'll double check how this works. I think he just takes 2 fails immediately, and he was already at 1 because he was wounded. That puts him at dying 3.
Fire again. And what's the dying value to kill?
1 more.
Jesus Christ.
After the first shot goes off, Daltska lunges for you, and it's not much. This boy is not much bigger than you, but it is enough to knock your shot wide. I believe that is 3 actions.
I'll spend a hero point on that shot.
Understood. The shot goes wide, but not wide enough. It plants in, and you watch as Petra slumps.
She looks up to Daltska. I'm out of actions, but she says, do you know if the people that hired your father know about you? Does anyone know you exist?
He is too terrified to say anything. but he shakes his head frantically side to side.
She, in her mind, knows that this is still too big of a loose end, and that, like, the intellectual side of her brain is screaming at her that none of this matters, none of this happens, just close this loop. But there's another side of her that sees a scared, sad little boy.
That's me.
She says, pick a new name. Pick a new city. Your name can't be Doubtska Baranov anymore. The people that hired your father will find you and kill you.
You start to get into this, and we're in a bit of cinematic timing here.
Yeah,
but,
sorry, go ahead.
as you are starting to do all of this, as your mind kind of drifts back to the present, and as you start to feel yourself torn back into reality for a moment, what jogs you into it is the sound of heavy, fast, mechanical footsteps. As Drifter uses his first action to run over and tackle. You see this bladed jaw goes for your wrist, clamps down where it's grabbing the gun, and twists as he attempts to disarm.
Jesus.
And in a calm, stoic voice says, "We do not kill." Does a 17...
Oh my god.
Where is it? Where's disarm? How's this work?
Does a 17 break her wrist open and knows he's a robot now?
He's so precious. We do not kill. Are you looking for my AC at 16?
Reflex DC.
What's that?
10 plus your reflex save.
It's a 16, exactly.
Cool. The gun flies off to the side, and with his third action, he attempts to grapple to hold you in place. 25 versus your fort DC, 10 plus your fort save.
It's 17, plenty.
And he just kind of, with both of these mechanical paws sitting on you, delicately making sure that the blade does not actually touch you, keeps you held down, and looks at you one more time. We do not kill.
God, he's too precious. For what
Is
it's
this in
worth.
Wexit?
Is this still Wuha?
This is still Wuha.
She holds a hand up. Says, "You're right. We're done here. I'm done." She says that in common, and she will also say it in Wuha if Drifter seems to not understand common.
Drifter
Or
turns.
Drifter, I should say.
Drifter turns to look at you, baby boy. Are you done?
Can I do a quick... I mean, this guy's terrified. So I'm not going to do anything off of him. Does he actually seem like he's going to heed what Jane said? The human boy, not the Drifter.
This boy will do anything to make it out of this cave alive.
Yeah, but he's actually going to do it, or is he just doing it to get out of this cave?
It's impossible to know, but he seems at least to have fully grasped the levity, or not levity, the severity of what is happening right now.
I'll just kind of shrug.
We should go.
That Jane
Not
nods.
yet. Not now. And Branch is just gonna pick up the manacles while Jane's still on the ground. Cuff her.
Ooh. Yeah. Drifter helps. He continues to hold her pen.
You're gonna tell me everything. I swear to God, it's not worth it. I'm gonna leave you in this cave with them.
As she's being cuffed, she looks up at Doubtska. Says there's weapons and rope and some ammunition on those mercenaries. They should be enough if you're smart and careful and safe to get you somewhere. If my friend here, she looks at Branch, will take a couple coins out of my pouch and hand them to you, if you wouldn't mind.
He, for the record, starts to just run. And when you mention, like, the weapons and the coin, backs away and watches from the safest distance that he can, fully covering as much of his body as he can, just peeking around the corner to see what actually happens. And eventually, after like a full 10 or 15 seconds, musters the courage to throw it.
I guess I'll go over. And
Hey
throw it for
Jane,
him.
how heavy is your coin? How much is it at?
It's got 17 gold,
I
5 silver, 3 copper.
yeah. Sure, why not? I'll take out like 10 gold, cause fuck you.
Fair.
and throw it to the son. I forgot his name. The Joshua. Yeah.
I will remove it.
He picks it up and bolts. He runs. And that just leaves you and 3 dead bodies in this cave. Of
We're not going back to
3 men who
camp.
tried to kill you.
We're not going back to camp till you explain everything that just went down here. You're no fucking librarian.
We are in this position because you're a liability. This entire situation is your fault. So I don't think I'm going to be answering any questions right now.
Ooh. Can I stand
Ooh.
Jane up? Well, do you stand up willingly?
Yeah, she'll stand up willingly.
I need you in the solar plexus.
I'm going to grab and pull branch off of Jane.
Yeah, for what it's worth, Drifter releases the grip on Jane and like tries to push you back to front paws. We do not harm.
What the fuck just went down here then?
I was slow. I apologize.
I think this has been an extremely difficult night for all of us. We should get some sleep and reassess things in the morning.
I have but one question, Jane.
Me,
How much danger are we in? How much danger is that worth?
She looks down at the dead body of Petra and out the cave at who I presume we can't really see anymore, but the way that the scared little kid ran out. Not actually a scared little kid, but what she sees is a scared little kid.
Mm-hmm.
It says we would have been in an incredible amount of danger. And now we are not.
Baby boy just kind of crosses his arms and just takes a deep breath and sighs.
maybe you're the real one bringing that shit to us then.
With her hands still manacled, she reaches up and kind of like wipes tears from the corners of her eyes and composes herself a little bit.
Brent
Branch.
also wipes some tears and blood away from his face.
It was less than 24 hours ago that you were going on about how we all have secrets we want to keep, right?
And none of mine led me to kill a man.
That's none of my business. My business isn't yours either. I killed a man who tried to kill me and you. That's all. Doesn't need to be any more complicated than that.
You know, if I thought that way, or everyone else around me thought that way, I'd be dead. So I think it's kind of a moot point on my own end. You're not sleeping alone tonight. Have the dog. Me. I don't exactly trust you to do anything right, baby boy.
All three of you have enacted violence unprompted tonight. I will be watching all three of you.
I love this sweet voice so much. I love him.
Branch, you have no authority over me.
I'll take the manacles off when I know you won't pull that shit on us.
Who-
You said
who-
I'm a liability. You're gonna.
Who is that?
Sam
Is that
Light-
to Jane?
Yeah. What?
Yeah, the
You
Jane
didn't
with the
put
cuffs on.
Okay, so you didn't put manacles on me.
Not yet. No.
Oh, you will not.
You're just a dog, ain't you, baby boy? Listen to whatever your master here says. And I look at Jane.
Jane is no me master.
You carried out her orders real well.
She didn't order me. She was thinking about it. She showed weakness. I took initiative.
Jesus Christ.
I know that we are...
Ice cold.
Yeah, boy, I know Jane did a whole lot just now, but baby boy shot first. Like, that's fucking wild. Sorry, carry on, Karen. We can talk about this later.
We are sticking around each other for the foreseeable future. We'll get that Zephyrhawk shit, and then we'll head back to landfall. They'll clean up our mess. But until I know I can trust any of you again, you're not leaving my sight. And I'll stand Jane up, and still holding on to her, the manacles, just like walk her out of the cave. Move.
I will actually interpose and get your hands off of her.
The hell?
All three of you are in good health. I trust you can make it to the camp unmolested. Hands to yourselves.
So unless I am physically being restrained by somebody, I know I'm still manacled, but I'll start walking back to camp. Jane, as baby boy interposes himself between Branch and me, just says, "I'm tired. You're both tired. Can we just get some sleep, and we'll talk about this in the morning? You can sleep in my tent, and whatever."
Sure. I'm keeping the dog in it too, though.
It's fine. I wouldn't let him out of my sight.
I'm just going back to my own tent.
Sweet drifter.
The only good
There's
person
something
in that
deeply
cave.
wonderful about like the AI robot voice going, "Howdy."
We need to get Philo to say it.
Oh, yeah.
So for the second time tonight, we come back from this cave and everyone's worse for wear.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
So Jane's got blood splatter on her pants.
I don't think I was touched.
I tried and failed.
Drifter parks himself right in front of the tent and just sits staring in.
Jane steps into her tent and with hands I suspect still manacled, like holds the tent open for Branch.
I can handle it myself. And I'll plop myself on the opposite corner of the tent that you're on. And I also take your gun away.
So I don't know if she even had a chance to pick it up. Somebody would have to, I suppose.
Yeah.
You've got it now.
I go back to my tent.
In the lowest voice that Drifter can muster, he looks to Branch. You are injured. I am not trained in medical assistance. Would you like me to fetch someone?
They're all tired. We'll handle it in the morning.
Understood. And then he looks to Jane and says, You are injured. I am trained in mechanical assistance. Would you like me to help?
No. Thank you, Drifter, but I'll be alright. Just need a good night of sleep is all. Thank you for all of your help. I think we've figured out a little bit of your purpose. To keep people from being violent.
I apologize. I mentioned before that I was not able to carry out my programming.
Oh, he was supposed to protect someone.
Don't apologize to her.
It's all in Wuha, I think.
Oh, yeah.
He would have asked about the healing in common, so he does at least know how to speak Adendric, but then it would be back to Wuha for you.
All right. We understand each other better now, I think.
What are you talking about? I asked the drifter.
I was explaining that in common, he says, I was explaining, I apologize for my behavior tonight. I understand that I have not acted according to my programming. I do not know how to rectify this, but I'm afraid that I will continue to act as I have acted. I apologize for the inconvenience, and I hope that in the future you find someone who can suit your needs better.
Oh, so is the sense that I get from what he's saying that, like, the reprogramming that was done to him was reprogramming to make him this, like, peacekeeper? I don't know if I had enough clues from what I learned earlier from the identify and stuff.
That is
Or is that just an inference?
That's a reasonable inkling. If you want to press on it, you could try to get clarification. It's ambiguous what he's talking about right now.
I understand, okay.
It is clear that he believes he is not acting the way he's expected to be acting, and for that he apologizes.
Makes sense.
You didn't do anything wrong tonight, dog. You're good.
Jane, like, truly, she was not messing around. Like, the adrenaline has left now, and she's just exhausted. I think the head just hits the pillow.
Oh, yeah.
She's...
There is almost not even time to consider everything that has happened tonight before the exhaustion sets in. And in what feels like the blink of an eye, morning comes. The bustle of daylight happens. Fetch and Sketch, you have a wonderful night. At one point, you think maybe you heard a distant gunshot, but there were so many other popping and slapping noises going on that it really is just kind of hard to tell. You wake up in the morning and everybody's here and everybody is kind of still in one piece. You can see that the cart has been opened unless you guys went back through and closed the door again, which you could have.
I smashed the window.
What is new to you, however, is that there is a strange metal Emmerich Warhound that is sitting politely in front of this tent looking inside at Jane and Branch as they're sleeping in the same tent.
They had a baby together.
That's how babies are made.
Yeah.
If you accidentally sleep in the same tent, you wake up and there's an egg.
Instant baby, and it's a full-grown metal dog.
Yep.
Huh. What is that you got there?
Howdy.
The only good person in this fucking camp.
This is Drifter. He's a... I'm not entirely sure what he is. Jane is saying all this still manacled, I think.
Yeah, that's true. You do see that.
Yeah,
So Jane and Branch go into the same tent, and Jane comes out in manacles.
Before they walk out, I'll be like, Jane, if it's so dangerous for them to know about this dog, perhaps we shouldn't just keep it walking around the camp.
I would rather have it close than far away.
Why? But if you have it walking around, it's going to spread rumors that this dog is here. Which
Sure.
defeats the purpose.
We'll get him. You're right. That's a good idea. I'll get him put away. But I think at this point, Fetch and Sketch have already...
Oh, they're going to see it. That's fine.
Yep.
I just meant like all of camp.
Yeah, I'm with you. This is what Petra was transporting. It's some sort of war dog. It's had some magic done to it, and now it's not keen on violence. It's been...
Huh.
But it's best that probably we keep it discreet for now. Drifter, everything's calm out here. Would you mind waiting in my tent?
Certainly, as long as you do not intend to enact any violence.
No one will enact any violence out here over breakfast, I can assure you.
I am assured. Thank you.
He looks at Sidro, or at Branch. Says, so not you, the person.
Yeah. she breaks the fourth
She
wall.
breaks the
that
fourth
fourth
wall,
wall.
climbs out her computer like the chick from The Ring.
Yeah.
No, she looks at Branch and says, "Can we dispense with these now? It kind of feels like a bit of a formality." She lifts her wrist up.
Why don't we tell them the story first, and then I'll see what they want to do.
Fair enough. She shrugs. She will, for what it's worth, I've moved my token out here, but she'll have this conversation outside of the earshot of like the other caravanners and the etc. The man who tried to lure us all into a trap and kill Branch last night is dead. I killed him.
And
Took the kill shot. So more like it.
Baby boy assisted. Really kind of did most of the work, honestly.
For what it's worth, in my opinion, that man sacrificed his right to life as soon as he tried to take ours.
Wait, you left him alive?
he tried to take mine. He kind of didn't care about you guys.
Azikamo's like, you didn't kill him right there? That's wild.
Like, what?
Jane says Branch disagreed and felt that these needed to be kept on until the air was cleared, which I did not see any reason to argue about.
And then the man tried to kill you, by all means. He's forfeit.
She killed a defenseless man lying on the ground. She didn't do it the first time, though. Something about it the second time. Something about that dog triggered it in her.
What is that thing?
She ain't telling.
Who's asking this?
Zikamo.
No.
It
Branch.
is...
Not for them.
Jane will say, there are very powerful and very dangerous people that you could be an enemy to simply by knowing what that dog is or who made it or anything more than
stop
you
right
already
there.
know.
I understand. I don't want to hear another word. I have
Understood.
enough trouble on my plate.
No, glad you understand.
We should get moving then. Is it coming with us?
Yes, it will be. I'll take care of it.
Zikamo,
It's best that others aren't aware of it. I'll do my best to keep it hidden under the shag rug and the fluffy pink blanket on the heart-shaped bed wagon. The point being, as I said, just knowing about it could be dangerous. So it's the fewer eyes on it, the better.
Noted. Zikamo looks back to Fetch and Sket and doesn't say anything, but there's a little bit of a like, is this work for you? Are you guys in on this? What's the deal here?
She does sell that in cheeky for what it's worth.
Understood.
For the sake of leveraging her spirit weaverness that has been
Right.
claimed.
You manipulative.
Wait, are you telling me Jane is manipulative?
I'm glad it took us like 13 episodes to find out how manipulative Jane is.
Yeah.
Wow. You mean like the drifter or the
Yeah.
All of this. This is I don't know them as well as I've known you. If you know what I mean.
Biblically.
Yeah, biblically.
typically?
Is this a problem? Are we fine with this? Do we let this happen?
Yeah,
I think
she
we can
killed the
let
guy
it-
that attacked us,
yeah.
tried to kill us all. Yeah.
I think we're good.
I don't know why we didn't kill him earlier.
I was kind of of the same opinion.
I just left him alive because it wasn't my kill. I thought. I
Understood.
didn't think he'd leave him alive.
As for the dog, it looks weird, but it's obviously some kind of spirit.
Sketch, I did
Okay.
respond to you. You know for sure what that is at least similar to, yeah.
No, I don't think it's a spirit. There might be a spirit in it. That could be why it's not trying to murder everybody constantly.
Well, Well, there's a spirit in it. That's
It's
close
not.
enough.
It's not. It's not. It's.
She's like, you're like glitching?
Yeah. It's someone did some kind of magic to it to repurpose it or something. It's not. It's not doing what it was made to do, which is
Sure.
to kill and damage. It's acting as kind of a protector, a peacekeeper now.
Sure.
Who do you think
Spirits
might be
are
in?
summoned and made to act against their nature all the time.
This thing is more than just a little simple-minded spirit that listens to its creator. It has its own fucking ideals,
Strong spirits often do.
such as don't kill.
I would be shocked if there aren't thousands of pacifist spirits. Yeah, for sure.
All right.
Jane,
Well, then maybe it is a spirit. Maybe you overreacted. But I guess if everyone wants them off, she'll take a little
Just
manacle
to,
key.
I'm gonna point this out because I don't think you've gotten it yet. I don't like guns and I don't like manacles. So can you not do that around me, please? It's kind of reminds me of worse days.
If Sketch sees another gun or another manacle discharged without proper warning, I'll take your other arm.
I'd like to see you try.
Drifter calls out, "There will be no violence."
I would
Yeehaw.
take it peacefully, my friends.
in marriage,
You think?
if you pull out a gun or a manacle, my brother, I will marry you.
I will forcefully but
Butters,
peacefully marry
eyelashes.
you.
Jane,
Yes.
who do you think sent this drifter?
Zigmo makes a point of walking away.
Right. Okay.
Oh no, we scared him off with the baggage.
Let's.
Fuck.
We gotta take care of this. Hang on.
Yep.
Where'd he go? Where'd he go?
Wait, come back. They need morning snuff.
Kind of march to the beat of their own drums, huh? I'll stand Jane up, uncuff her, and give her like a push forward. And, like, you're free now.
She holds out her hand for her gun.
When you need it.
She keeps her hand held out.
You need it now?
I'd like to have what's mine, please.
When you need it.
Once again, Branch, you do not have authority over anyone.
I spent 7 years dishing it out.
You
I
did.
feel like I'm more qualified than anyone else here to have authority.
Please return Jane's gun. She may need it. And if we have to wait for you to give it to her in combat, it may be the difference between life or death.
I could hold it.
That's a good idea. And I'll throw the gun over the drifter.
Drifter goes over to it, and he opens his jaw, which splits like 4 different ways until a little metal nozzle reaches out, grabs the gun, and absorbs it into its mouth. It locks and clicks into place, and then he closes his jaw.
Oh, fuck, your spellbook, too. You still have that.
Spoiler alert, my gun is my least.
Yeah.
But Jane lowers her hand and says to Branch, I understand that you have this need to be in control of everything and everyone and know everything about everyone's business. Suffice it to say that there is some knowledge that is dangerous just to have it, just to know it. There are things that I cannot tell you because they would put your life in jeopardy, and I don't mean that some powerful person would come after you. I mean, if I spoke the words, it could tear you to pieces. I'm not asking you to trust me. I don't trust you. You don't trust me. We don't need to trust each other. I'm just leveling with you, but that there are things that I cannot tell you.
I'm a liability, right? Who cares if I get torn asunder by a word?
Jane shrugs. Says you strike me as a realist, Branch. Do you not think that that's a little bit true? That you're a liability?
I told you yesterday, of all the people here, I'd probably be one of the first to die if we got into something really bad. So yeah.
I still stand by what we discussed yesterday. I'll watch your back if you watch mine. We don't have to trust each other to work together.
And the moment I commit whatever sin was worse for you than attempted murder for me, that those two in the cave did, you won't be coming at me with your piece.
She hesitates somewhat and kind of crosses her arms in front of her. Says, I did what I did for my protection and, by extension, the protection of everyone here. That man made his bed, and leaving him alive could have put us all in a great deal of danger. That's the only reason I did what I did.
You're a real hero, Jane.
She shakes her head. Says, I'm not under any delusions that I am. I'm just trying to survive this thing.
I guess you could say the same for me.
From up ahead, the caravan leader kind of whistles and you hear the cart starting to move off. If you're coming, let's go. Time is ticking, daylight is burning.
Drifter, come with me. There's a heart-shaped bed you're really gonna love.
What is a heart?
There's a couple different meanings of it. And I'll, this is Jane. She'll start explaining the different meanings of the different
Right.
word art.
So
Fascinating.
long as dried human fluids don't gunk you up, you'll be fine.
I will try to get Drifter to give me my gun back. I don't know if he's going to.
What if... let me think.
I intend to use it for self-defense. We get into a lot of dangerous situations on the road, and sometimes the extra 5 seconds to pull the thing out of view could cost someone a life.
Oh, that seems very reasonable. Yes, you should take it. She opens his mouth and falls to the ground.
She'll stick it back in her holster, and actually not in her holster. She's been keeping it in her bag anyway, so that it doesn't bother the cheeky around here. Thank you, Drifter. I think you and I have a lot to talk about, but we'll talk about it on the road.
I will try. And the road begins. There is... Or go ahead.
I've just been trying to talk to Jane for a while. Yeah.
Yeah, go for it.
I'll make it quick though.
No, you're good.
Jane, I hope I did not misread your hesitation and resolve. An act too hasty.
Her eyes actually kind of start to water a little bit again. She says, I knew that something had to be done, and I just couldn't bring myself to do it. I didn't expect you to take that on for me. That wasn't your burden to bear.
Oh, but it is. If they would have lived, I understood that it would have put us in danger. And the more danger we're in, the less likely we are to complete our task.
She nods. She
No.
says, I apologize for putting you in harm's way.
I knew when I left me home that I'd be in danger's way. Now, you do not have to answer this question, but who is this green-skinned woman? Should we be worried?
Her name is Susanna Bowers. She works for Tesseract, the company Bill was talking about the other day, who's dabbling in all kinds of dangerous magic that might destroy the world.
Aye.
And yeah, I mean, yes, we should be worried. Something like this, and she looks over at Drifter. They ain't just gonna let it go. I'd like to think that based on what we've just done, she kind of looks down at her gun and her hand kind of trembles a little bit, kind of involuntarily. Based on what we've just done, that we won't have them on our tails, but it's only a matter of time. I'm sure there's some way they can track this thing or trace where it's been. Yes, we need to be careful.
He reaches up and puts that hand on your shoulder, attempting to be comforting as baby boy can be.
There, tentacles.
He's using a hand, not his tentacles.
Okay, fair.
Which
I feel a tiny little kobold claw inside of the big fursuit paw. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
How are you going to hide it when we get back to camp? Back to landfall.
I don't know yet.
Hold on. How big is this thing?
It's a medium creature. It's about the size of a large dog, a greyhound or so.
How big is this creature?
What are you looking for?
The Darbin and Finn, one of the facilities at Landfall was, I forget what they called it, some sort of dormitories that protected against divination, safe places to hide where you couldn't be scryed on or found. If we can get those online, that'd be a safe place for them.
Could we not get one of the skins of those wolves that attacked us yesterday? Cover them with the skins? Make him just look like a dog?
Jane can't help but smile a little bit at the fact that she's trying to think of ways to prevent scrying and divination, and Baby Boy's like, just dress him up like a doggy.
Uh-huh.
Let him walk around at least.
He's not, Drifter, is that bed alright for you? Does it bother you any to ride in there?
I do not know. It does not cause me discomfort or damage.
She looks at Baby Boy and says, I don't think he really minds, just Bryden. I mean, he was under a tarp in that wagon for...
Oh yeah, and the moment violence breaks
months.
out, he will pop out and try to stop it.
Maybe he'll do that thing where he just completely gets incapacitated whenever he's under a tarp. That was kind of the case the first time.
I'm not all the way convinced it was. When we found him in there, it's not like I flipped a switch and turned him on. He was, I think, active under there the whole time.
Or perhaps you activated him?
Maybe.
Drifter, is there anything that'll make you not listen to us?
I do not know.
Drifter, can you be deactivated, turned off and turned on?
I do not know. I assume probably.
Do I know from my
you nat 20. No, you nat 20 the perception and you 27 to the arcana. In theory, it would be very easy for you to open that hatch and rip the power source out. The hard part is you're not sure if it was made to do that and if it's reparable.
Yes, I don't want to risk destroying him. I just want to if he had an off switch.
You didn't find just an off switch or even an off override or anything like that.
to be very clear, the correct thing to do and the thing that Jane would do if I had any integrity would be to just destroy this thing, but I cannot because I love him.
The name that Jane said, I'm sure I don't know it from Tesseract. Have I ever heard of this person?
I don't believe that there's any way you would have. I don't think that they would have been exposed to you at all in your line of work. I don't think you do now.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if there's like a crossover between Tesseract and the
For
occult.
what it's worth, you may have once you came out from the cave and went through Wex's ass to start looking for Jane. If you want to, you could give me a society check.
Sure.
But it would be from your adventures and not from your before times.
The before times.
Yes, if I nat 20'd it, could I have better? No.
17, probably don't know that name.
Okay, that's fine.
24, probably still don't know that name.
From Lexus ass, right?
What's his ass? Just ass.
For what it's worth, I do think the Tesseract / Susanna Powers conversation was aside,
Oh, okay, never mind.
out of earshot.
Out of earshot.
At least I intended for it to be. I don't know if
Gotcha.
Baby Boy did.
Oh yeah, I kind of like walked. I mean, yeah.
I just want to walk up to Drifter then.
Say, assume as me and Baby Boy are finishing that conversation, Branch comes in to check in on Drifter with us.
Howdy.
Yeah. I just want to like kneel next to him and like pet him like a dog. Be like, does that do anything for you?
I do not know. Can I help you?
Do you feel happy?
I do not know.
Are there any accommodations or anything that you'd like? Any desires in there?
My systems are functional.
Do we need to do anything to keep up constant maintenance with you? If you're running too long, will you just stop?
I do not know. I have some mechanical repair training that I can use on some of my mechanisms. I do not know what lies deeper within.
Wow.
You make a good companion, at least. And he like does the like scratch under the neck to see if he does the dog kick thing.
Can I help you?
Fuck.
He wants you to do this, and then I'll like sit down and I'll do it myself.
They
I can do that. And he does that. It's loud.
It's like the sound. Is he just scratching the metal?
Yeah, it's like
on himself?
rattling a metal trash can.
when the Emmerichs made Moorhounds, they made them in this shape because it was good for battle. Low to the ground, low center of gravity, fast on four legs. There's really not much similarity to a real dog, despite the appearances. It's best to think of it as a machine, a weapon.
Really tried to save that one guy earlier. Yesterday.
It's what it's been enchanted to do. And she kind of points at the runes and the arcana inscribed all over this thing that probably, I don't know if they mean much or not to Branch. I'm not sure what his arcana's like, but
I assume that Branch is actually the only person here who does not have any sort of connection to magic whatsoever.
No.
so it seems like it's hard to explain, I guess. It's kind of just a script.
Hey, Drifter.
Hello, howdy.
So, you'll listen to anything anyone tells you.
I do not know.
But if I did this, and I'm gonna just pull out a little ball from my inventory.
Uh-huh.
And chuck it.
Wow, you had that like on deck.
And chuck it, and then say, "Can you get that and bring it back?"
Yes, I can do that. And he trots off, grabs the ball, brings it back, sets it down.
Aren't we supposed to be hiding him?
We did just make a whole thing about making sure people don't see him.
Looks like a real dog to me. If it thinks like a dog and acts like a dog, why isn't it a dog?
I do not know. Am I a dog?
Exactly. You're a dog.
Can you say woof?
Woof.
No. Like woof.
Woof.
Oh.
Was that satisfactory?
Oh, I.
It's good.
Wait. Do you know what the Kark is?
I do not
You
know.
can. You do not speak my language.
I am learning as quickly as I can. I apologize. It will take some time.
Unforgivable. All right, guys. I probably actually need to start heading to bed.
Legit.
Yeah, same.
Yeah. We...
All right.
Are those dead dogs actually still around somewhere? Could we
They're way back. You guys walked like 3 hours after that fight before you got to this game.
Oh shit! We should have thought about
All right,
this. We should have known.
Yeah, for the record, I know you two have to bounce. I do want to jump to Sketch and Fetch because I want to get to some scenes with them real quick. But it's fine if you guys have to bounce. It's totally fine. Go ahead, Fetch. What you got?
Oh, did Sketch have a scene? I was just gonna sneak back to the cave.
Oh, yeah, you can do that while everybody's
quick,
like
super
getting
quick.
ready if you want. Yeah, yeah. Just as everybody's
back
kind of
to the
gathering their things, get you back to the cave.
All right. Good night, guys.
Good night.
Good night.
Sorry for breaking branch.
Sorry, Branch.
I have a
Roll
total
the-
of no
I need to-
friends.
For
I need to
for the
step
record,
above the table here for a second and say sorry for being such a jerk.
yeah. For the record, I'm so proud of Branch for sticking to his guns and like
Oh yeah,
not
absolutely.
murdering. Because he's like, I'm not a murderer. Wasn't a murderer.
Oh, that
Good
was
for you.
real good.
Good for you. But sometimes people just gotta die.
So, real quick, Fetch, as you're exploring, what you see here is accurate, but the bodies have been scavenged thoroughly.
Oh, that's okay. I'm just here to get my boomerang. I forgot. Hi, guys.
Incredible.
Jesus
Nev-
Christ.
As
Never in the world did I imagine the first PvP to be with Jay.
I was just saying, I can't remember if I said it on Discord or just somebody I was talking to in real life the other day. I was like, before Jane and Branch ever met, I expected the two of them to like massively butt heads and not get along. And then we had our first session together, and I was like, oh, they actually kind of are like, they get each other, they vibe. And then this happened.
we're back.
We're back. That lasted one whole session. I still feel like they understand each other, though.
As you guys are walking along, Sketch and Fetch. Names are so hard. Give me a second. Names are so fucking hard. Where is his name?
Is it Como?
I could just hover over it. It's Thoko. Thoko kind of looks to the two of you. Fuck. Sorry. Notes. I should have pulled this up before I actually started this.
He twinked though.
A little bit, yeah. Tonight, I'm going to try to find where Sir Chun is, so that we can head in the right direction once we get past the sleeping pass. I do not know if you have smoked carrot weed before, but we have enough to go around. It will be a waste if it is not shared with at least a few of you.
Carrot weed. I mean,
Well,
can I nature check
Yeah,
that?
you can give me nature or occultism, or maybe even arcana.
Yeah, too zealous. I'll try occultism. That's even worse. I apparently don't know what this is. Maybe.
Your nature check is pretty good. Fetch, you can also definitely make this check if you want. If religion is better for you, you could probably also do religion. It's just a harder DC.
yeah, I want to decide to gracefully accept before.
Understood.
That's important to me.
Very important. Yeah, so Fetch just accepts immediately. Both of you have heard of it,
let's
though. It is
I am honored.
a flower that is imported, does not usually grow natively in Zulakara, but it's imported frequently. It's one of your biggest imports, actually. And also from the desert sometimes, although it is most commonly brought in from Avarice. And it is it is used in divination rituals. Specifically, it is used to extend a memory of the past out in one direction. You offer up a memory of your own, and it sort of dwells on that memory for a while. It replays the memory very vividly. It can even help you recall clear things about that memory. but then it oscillates in the other direction, and it provides you some sort of an omen about the subject of your memory that will happen in the near future. And it is noteworthy because it is especially good at pointing out directions, locations. It is thought that it travels through the weave and finds a bond of sympathy to whatever you are remembering. So if you remember a past memory of a person, it will point towards that person. If you think of an object, it will point towards that object. And it is hazy. It is not particularly clear. But it is useful for when you need to find Sir Chun, or when you need to know where the nearest mountain is. It is very commonly used by spirit weavers. Your mother would have smoked a lot of it to locate things when they need a location. When the tribe needs to move and they don't know where to go, it was commonly smoked to provide those visions.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I want to smoke too. That sounds great.
Perfect. I thought I would extend the invitation before I branch out to any of them, and maybe see if you thought that was a good idea.
Thanks, Philo. You should do that.
Thanks, Philo.
Are we like improvising a scene here, or do you have something prepped for it?
Oh, I'm just chatting. These NPCs are just asking if you want to do a thing, yeah?
Yeah.
We could maybe ask Jane, but there's some tension going on with them.
Sure.
So
I'll leave it to you to decide. I know she speaks cheeky. I didn't know she was aware of the custom or not, but if we don't want to extend the custom to them, it's ours to share or not share.
I think extending it to them, especially to Jane at this point, is not wise. I have not seen her inebriated, but I feel like she might go Terminator mode.
I understand. Then we can do it as sly as we can, although it is a little hard to hide. I'm sure that they will not interfere. Anyway, we'll probably do that tonight. We're about 2 days from the Sleeping Pass, and I would like to make sure that we exit on the right side of it.
on
Thanks,
the
man.
right side of it. Oh, that makes sense.
Right.
Yeah. If only there were a way I could repay you.
I am sure that we can probably think of something.
You two had a great session.
Yeah,
You had a great
the
I
total
love it.
whiplash that whole time between what was happening in that cave and what was happening in the tip was wild. It was good though.
The horny
That's well.
twins are my favorite. We meet anyone, the twins are trying to fuck them.
Yep. It's their shtick.
Nice tale.
Yeah, nice tail.
Nice tail.
Nice tail.
I like too that Jane says that because she thinks it's just like a greeting, totally oblivious to the fact that it's like a flirting thing.
I don't even know if that's true. I don't know what nice tail is. We gotta figure that out.
It's become a flirting thing now, which I like because it means that Jane is oblivious to using it incorrectly with everyone she meets that
It's-
speaks cheeky.
That's fair.
Yeah, well, it's a tonal thing. You can say it, in a flirty way. You can say it in a
Hello.
nice, like polite way, like a hello or
Yeah,
goodbye,
yeah, okay.
or hey, nice tail. You know what I mean?
I dig it.
Yeah.
Or you can do it in kind of like an aggressive way, like nice tail. I think I'll take it, something like that.
Whoa.
Nice tail, asshole.
Stop, I can only get so erect.
Christ.
I just mentioned this in chat just now, but if this is a big if, but if Branch is willing to, Jane will at some point. Well, she'll just ask him in character whether he's willing or not. She'll notice that Branch still has a big, awful cut that looks like it's got like infected poison going on with it. Just say, will you let me patch that up? It's gonna get worse if you don't. Oh, Fetch has got magic mud. We good.
No, I'm giving it to you. You use it. I can't. I'm not gonna.
Oh, okay, perfect.
It gives you a bonus. There you go.
You're gonna rub mud in my wound.
I have not tried this magic mud yet, but Fetch has been telling me for like a week that it's gonna work. So
It's literally growing green with little plus signs floating out of it.
in truth, I am curious. It's interesting magic.
If you all wanted to kill me, you could just do it easily. I don't trust you with this right now.
All right, I'm gonna kill him.
All right, Branch, die. Show up next week with a new character. Let me know what you need so I can make new tokens and new art and export the intro video and do all of the talking heads, and we'll get it sorted out.
Even if you do
Alright.
kill one of us, you have so much work for yourself.
No, for the record, I am not keeping anyone alive because it saves me a day or two of work. You guys are all expendable.
You were really trying back to the cave.
Not gambling, just a regular roll here. I do get a +1 from the mud.
Legit. Hey, that's
Oh man, I should have done the gamble.
with the +1. That's
It's
a crit.
25. Oh, cool.
If you if you're doing a regular 15,
Sweet.
so that's 48. I think. Pretty sure it's 48.
48 health.
I'm still
That's my
memorizing all the
cantrip.
numbers.
Hell yeah.
There you go.
That's one of the cantrips that I picked.
Hell yeah.
+1 to medicine.
+1 to medicine.
Love it. Jane will clean the sort of infected tissue away from the wound and suture it closed and rub some of this magic mud over it to help it heal.
You got people who care about you?
Yeah, I do. And you'd see that her eye sort of, you'd notice that the hands that she's using to patch you up, one of her left hand has a wedding band on it. And her eye sort of glances at that for a moment.
His whole timeline that cares about her.
Many timelines.
Oh, here, Branch, let me get that mud off of you. And he's going to cast Rousing Splash on your face.
No, I'm all wet.
Oh, you left. Now he's all wet. Oh, come on. Oh, there we go. We'll just dry you off. There you go.
In the span of 30 seconds, I've been coated in mud, like harsh water splashed, and then all of my moisture was sucked out.
You do get 1d4 temporary health points that you get
Oh,
for
hell
the
yeah.
next. Yeah.
And dry lips.
2. Just for you.
Thanks, guys.
Everybody did get one rest last night, so you can click the rest and you get a little healing from that automatically. But we will
All right.
pick up here next week as you guys continue on. We'll probably pick up right as you guys make camp the next night.
Sounds wonderful. Guys, what a fucking crazy session.
Woo, boy.
Jeez, oh Pete.
Yeah, you could say it's a big. It was a big, almost milestone moment for the party.
It
Almost.
was a big milestone, really.
Really?
Mostly for
Yeah.
me, though, so maybe just I...
What?
No,
What the fuck are you talking about?
Do you need some mechanical maintenance there, Jane? You're lucky no one else speaks that.
Right?
Jane had a
Dangerous.
really
Dangerous.
big moment.
Howdy.
Howdy.
This dog is precious to me. I love him more than I can say.
I'm
Sorry
sure
that I
he's
had to
the only
murder a
thing
bunch
that
of
can
people
warm
for
up James' cold black metallic heart.
Oh, there's no heart in there. It's just kind of like a carbon steel like frame.
Oh yeah, fair.
In fact, you missed a trick, dude.
What I missed the trick?
When they asked the dog whether he could bark, he could have just sat there and said yes.
Yes.
That would be great. I thought it was coming.
That
I
would have
did
been
too.
real good.
I thought that was the joke that was going to be delivered, and I was
Oh,
sitting
you're
there
right.
with my popcorn ready
I
to
missed
go.
it. That'll be the first retcon of this campaign. That is what he did.
The dog said yes.
The dog said yes.
The
Very
dog said
important.
yes. Fetch, you are no longer my nemesis. I'm now nemesis with Jane.
The alliances have
Like
shifted.
literally, bro. Our beef was nothing. What do
Was
you
nothing.
mean?
You just didn't like that I fired guns like a jackass.
The thing was too that like Jane got away with her manipulation on Fetch when she was like telling him about Tesseract and the dreams with his mom and all that stuff. Like that just went under the radar, but it was not happening
Yep.
this time.
If
Nope.
you think Fetch is ever gonna catch on to that, you're dead wrong.
He's so useful to me.
My little puppet strings are in order.
My little puppet strings.
You guys want to play another 4 hours of D&D right now?
I do, but I have to go to sleep.
Yes, please.
I can commit to.
God, I'm so excited for everything.
I need Kaz to be Drifter.
Yes, I can't wait. I
We're
can't
gonna
wait.
hide him under the blanket. He's ours. You can keep
I
him.
also need Kaz to be a Drifter because I have some questions for Kaz about Drifter. But I don't even know that Kaz is a Drifter.
Oh, you definitely. Oh, yeah.
Eastward of Eden, where the clouds meet the dirt, we left our poor mother and seeded the earth. Gates, they were shuttered, the latches were locked. Oh, eastward of Eden, where men become gods. Though our people, we toiled as one, the fruits of our labors dried under the sun. Our children, they sped to outnumber the stars. So eastward of Eden, where day turns to dawn. Watered our forests with fire and flood, and fed our own egos with our brothers' blood. We starved every ocean till they ate up our shores. Oh, eastward of Eden, where we always want more. Our towers, they rose up and set with the sun. Our servants, they burned us with fiery tongue. We run our wings of metal, surprised when we fell. Eastward of Eden, where heavens are hell. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Leave it all, leave it all, leave it all behind. Eastward of Eden, where the dust meets the dirt, we murdered our mother and strangled the earth. Forgive us, oh mama, whose face we forgot. Oh, eastward of Eden, where men become gods. Eastward